Good Thursday night world. And welcome to another episode of Band Dog Talk, aka Lab Talk with the Dog God, aka the Coach, aka the Elon Musk of high performance working dogs. That is me. That is me. And salute to Young Ready Red. With that pole position. You already know I appreciate your support, Young Ready, man. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate your participation in on the panel. Always, brother, man. Much love and respect, man. We got Cooper. Cooper. Big salute to you, Coop. With that second place, we got Caveman. You know what I mean? We got my brother Caveman, man. Much love and respect. Hey, salute, Caveman. I see you posting more. The coach always be paying attention. You know what I mean? So, big salute to you, Caveman. Beautiful dogs, man. Beautiful dogs. I'm glad that you showing them to the world, man. The world need to see that. The world need to see what you got cooking. And big salute to all of you who participate in the chat. All of you who watch on the rewind, on the replay. You know what I'm saying? Like, the coach can monetize his channel. Hey, my brother, show enough, man. Who the master? Show enough. Hey, show enough, man. Anytime you wanted to come on the pedal, brother, man, you always welcome, show enough, and I appreciate your support, man. K man, I gotta get back into my mind. I gotta probably go watch some YouTube tutorials and give you a wrench. So I'll make sure you have a wrench by the next time. You know what I mean? But show enough, man. Salute. Thank you for your support, show enough. Hey, always here, man. Always here, and I'm grateful. You know what I mean? But all of you who watch the replay, the classroom replay, I want to salute to you guys. Like I said, what I bring to the table is different, and I know it's different because this is not entertainment. This is the classroom. Real talk. This is the classroom, and this classroom is for the gifted and the talented dogman engineers. This is what Carolina Blue. You already know I got love for you, Carolina Blue. You already know what time it is, Carolina Blue. But like I said, this classroom is for the gifted and talented, dogman engineers. You feel me? Like straight up. Like this shit is for the gifted and talented dogman engineers. This classroom type conversation where we're using our brains. Like I said, we're not here to be entertained. We're here to learn, but we're here to innovate. You know what I'm saying? We're using our collective dogman brains. If there's dog women in here, which I'm sure there probably are, we're using our brains to think outside the box to create the circle, right? The circle is the circle is the continuum, right? That's why it's a circle. It continues. We don't box out. We ain't hitting no angles in this shit. It's a continuum. So for all of us dogman engineers, this is this classroom every Thursday night. I'm very grateful to all of you guys for showing up and participating either in the chat or on the panel, or you having an ear to hear, right? You having an ear to hear to learn. Maybe you apply the knowledge that you learn in this classroom, and then you elevate your program. We better the dog. So big salute to all of you. Big salute. Now, you know what we always do, man, before the classroom. You know what we got? We got to calm the edge of life. Life gives us so many angles, so many curveballs, right? Life, right? The unknown, right? We don't know what's going to happen next in life. We can only predict, but at the end of the day, it's a prediction. We don't know. But sometimes, we go through our day to day and we need to curb and calm the edge of life, man, living on the edge, right? Especially when you're a spirit like me, the coach, right? Right. I'm frontline. Like I always say, man, I'm the field general. I'm over there with my troops. That's why I get the respect of the field, right? Because I'm right there with them on a battlefield, right? I'm right there with y'all, fighting, grinding, pushing, promoting. But I got a lot of rank, right? What I mean by that, I got a lot of rank. That means I went from private, worked my way all the way up. I didn't go start as an officer. No, not the coach. I started out as a private, worked my way up to a 5-star general. And then I went ahead and lowered myself down so I can be with the troops. Because, I was, one thing when you reach the top is lonely. I told y'all it's lonely. So one thing about me, I love the game, man. It's the game that I love. Even though we all want to strive to get to the top. So being that I love the game so much, I go ahead and demote myself to a 3-star general, which is a field general. I love being in the field with the troops. So salute to y'all. But anyway, go get y'all's herbal sensations. Go ahead and get your backwoods, your Swisser sweets, your gars, whatever you want to call your shit, your bongs, however you put your herbal sensations into your system, into your bloodstream. Get that shit ready to go. If you like your brewski, man, get your cold brewski ready to go. Cold mugs, however you want to do, man. Ice cold, crack them, however you want to do it. Malt liquor, Schlitz. Remember that Schlitz malt liquor? Your OE, whatever. I mean, shit depends on if you with that gangster shit or not. Man, get that shit ready to go. If you like your shots, your tequila, you like your tequila shots. What else you like, man? You like your Hennessy, you on your Tupac, that champagne Hennessy. Your bourbon, whatever shots you want, man. Have your shots on deck, man. Get them shits ready to go. Get ready to take them down to the neck. And if you like the coach, you like to keep it simple because life is so hard as it is, man. Coach got to stay on that KISS method in his mind. I got to keep things simple because life is so complicated. Get your mixed drinks on deck. The coach got his vodka lemonade. But I love y'all, dog man and dog women. I appreciate you guys showing up for the classroom, man. Motherfuckers don't want to learn. They don't want to learn nothing. That's the only reason why I gave my time on Thursday nights is to teach, is to give back to the dog men and dog women who want to elevate their programs. That's why I'm here on Thursday nights. So cheers to you guys. Much love and respect. I love y'all. I'm grateful for you guys, the community, man. Cheers. Oh, man, that was right on point. I needed that. So, like I always do, man, I do a debrief. We call it a debrief. Always let y'all know how my week goes because, I'm in the field, right? As a field general, as a dog man that's in the field, you see, I'm in the field with what I do. So I gotta, let y'all know what's going on in the field, in my world, in my life, being the dog man, being the dog god, right? So I'm making some arrangements due to the audible I have to call. And I'm dealing with people and, I'm, reorganizing and redoing my whole vision, right? With my program. And my program started back in 2005. That's when it started. It evolves over time and it evolved over time. And here we are, 2025. And now I'm downsizing due to circumstances. Not because I want to, but due to circumstances is why I'm having to call this audible, right? I don't need to get into no details. So as I'm dealing with people and dealing with my own reality of the audible that I have to call, I'm looking and making decisions on which DNA is going to stay with me to continue the rebirth of where I'm going, right, with my program. And because I have so many great concepts and great dogs DNA wise that I can use, it's a hard decision to make which one stays and which one, goes as far as, to other people's programs or pet homes, etc. So this week, You know, oh, I'm dealing with my animals, and there's an individual who I respect as a dog man, um, who reached out to me a while back and asked me about Chopper the Man Stopper, and asked me, like, Coach, man, you know what I mean? Can I get Chopper the Man Stopper? And at that time, I'm like, nah, not like no, because Chopper the Man Stopper happens to be, you know, the production of what I wanted to produce, which was an AK-47 Chopper Man Stopper, right? Which is AK-47, right? But I wanted to create a band dog using AK's DNA. And so there's Chopper the Man Stopper. Now, Chopper the Man Stopper is not AK, obviously, right? He comes from his daddy, comes from his loins. However, his mama is something totally different. His mama is a true band dog. Neapolitan Mastiff, German Boxer, American Bulldog, named Pitbull. She's got 4 different breeds in her genetic makeup. Her name is Nina Nine. Rest in peace, Nina Nine. So Chopper the Man Stopper is his own. Now I'm taking y'all back in time because this is what I've been thinking about while I was, talking to my partner, talking to my dude. He already bought a dog from me. So anyway, I'm like, doing my analysis on my audibles and all that stuff, and I reached out to my partner. It's like, hey, you want Chopper the Man Stopper? Of course he's like, yeah. Of course he's like, yeah, yeah, hell yeah. So I'm like, hey, you arrange your da 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 da. I'm gonna bless you. Now, of course, that caught him off guard. He wasn't expecting that, but of course, he's like, yeah, because he can make that happen. So, whatever, right? It is what it is, right? But I was thinking back. I was, as I'm taking care of my animals, doing what I got to do every day, I'm thinking back on why I created the AK-47 Chopper Man Stopper, which I called the AK-74. Why I created it. I look back at who AK is, right? So now I'm looking at my notes. I know who AK is, but see, I'm mathematical. I'm an engineer, man. I'm Elon Musk with this shit. It's mathematics. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't lie. So I deal with mathematics, genetic mathematics with my dogs. That's why I make great dogs, because I really do the lab work. You know what I mean? Ain't no freestyle. I don't freestyle dogs, y'all. So anyway, I go back to my lab notes, and then being that I don't know what I'm going to produce in the lab, right? I have an idea, but until they become a reality, it's an idea, right, y'all? We know. I mean, we think we deal with real mathematics over here. We don't speculate shit. We deal with real mathematics. And we wait till we get the results to know what we produce. So I'm reminiscing now as I reached out to my partner, told him, hey, you want Chopper the Man Stopper? He's like, hell yeah. Arrange your transport. I'm gonna bless you. Okay, done. So during this week, I'm doing my mathematics right again, like, cause I'm just looking at my shit, man, and I got so much, man, I got so much great shit. Whoever gets this blessing from the culture, thank me later, okay? Thank me later, and that's all I would want. You ain't got to do it in public. You just reach out to me, whether you want got my number, you got my IG, whatever. Just say, Coach, thank you. That's all I want. Thank me later because of what I put into my program. But anyway, man, I digress. I digress. I can go down a rabbit hole with that. But I'm thinking about Chopper the Man Stopper, right? And I deal with them. I take care of my animals every day. I deal with my animals every day. Every day. And then I thought about my mathematics, how I produce Chopper the Man Stopper and with the ingredients. and then seeing who he is, which is he's not his daddy. He looks like he's like his daddy's twin, but he's not his daddy. He's not AK. So I've been like, I deal with him all the time, and we got a relationship like I got with all my dogs, and I'm looking at him, right, and I'm like, I know my brother, who I'm gonna bless him to, is gonna do wonders with him because I know what he does. He does all that shits and type shit. Like he's a real dog man. He got rots. He got bull herders. He got all kind of shit. He bought he got an AR-15, band dog. He got pit bull. Like he's a real dog man like me. He got multiple different breeds and shit. Like he's really a dog man and got, it's like you having bread and you got multiple cars, right? That's how he got with dogs, like the coach, right? He take his dogs serious. He's a true dog man. That's why I was like, you know what? I'll bless you with Chopper the Man Stopper because I know you're gonna put him in that. And I know Chopper the Man Stopper, he loves biting all that sleeve shit. Like he like that sleeve shit. He's like his daddy, but not really. Because AK will bite that sleeve shit too, because AK like to bite and shit. So I'm like, okay, you could take him and do all that shits and stuff because you really do that. You're in a part of a shits club. You'll take him and elevate my production. And then of course, hey, I can go and tell people like, hey, that dog Chopper the Man Stopper, that comes from the coach child, right? Which will help me promote what I'm trying to do next. So anyway, I told him he can have him. He was like, all right, whatever, I'm gonna make it happen. But see, this week, I'm just like thinking to myself, right? AK not going nowhere. You already know AK, right? AK's not going nowhere. God bless me with a freaking nature. That wasn't me. I paid for him, right? I paid for him. I had a vision for what I wanted for my program. I paid for a puppy, not knowing what AK was going to be, not knowing that he was going to be fucking Dr. Dre on the Beats, legendary producer. I didn't know none of that shit. I just had an idea for my program. I had the money. I had the mindset. I had the conversation, right? I had the know-how to talk to the individual that I bought AK from, and I got AK. Now, AK is who he is, right? Legendary for me. Legendary dog. Legendary. Like I told y'all, intimidating with his strength and intensity and drive. Intimidating, man. What I mean by intimidating, you just respect it. You respect the dog. He will never do anything to me. Okay, I'm just letting you know that he would, because I deal with him in a very forward alpha energy. But it's like your dad, right? It's like having a dad that's a disciplinarian, but he disciplines you differently than how maybe your brothers and sisters get disciplined. Maybe he ain't whooping your ass like how he got to whoop your brothers and sisters' ass, but he disciplined you in another way. It's like he disciplined you like mentally. See, I handle AK mentally because any type of force to that dog is not going to do nothing but cause you a problem. So mentally, I handle him in a way where he respects me because all he wants from me is my attention. So if I don't give him that attention, then he feels some type of way. So he acts a certain type of, he acts a certain type. I'm just giving you an example of who AK is. So then boom, I got AK. I got the formula for the AK-74 band dog, which is him and my band dog bitch Nina 9. I produce AK-74, Chopper the Man Stopper. I say, you know what? I got to make some moves. Shit. I know my man. He wanted Chopper the Man Stopper. I know he's going to help, if I bless him with Chopper the Man Stopper, he's going to help me on the back end. So I'll go ahead and bless him. But anyway, this week, I was doing the math, y'all. I was like, I love my brother as far as my partner that I was going to, give him Chopper the Man Stopper. I know what he's going to do for me. He's going to do wonders for me. He's going to help promote me. But I was thinking to myself, like, that dog Chopper the Man Stopper, and the DNA in that dog, even though he'll promote him in a way, like, he's not going to know how to cook him like I'm going to cook. Like, he probably won't even cook him. Maybe he will. Maybe he'll cook him with some of his stuff. That's fine. But I'm thinking to myself, like, he's not gonna know how to cook those genetics. Like, he don't really, he'll appreciate the drive and all that fun shit that they do on the field and shit, the shits and stuff, but he don't understand what I really put in that dog. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he don't understand the math genetically that's in that dog that I see every day when that dog look at me, when that dog, looks at me and understands that I am the one that created him, and not understand that I'm the daddy of the whole pack. And he's got a lot of hyenas and lions and tigers and bears in the pack that he competes with energy wise, and he sees how the whole pack respects me, and he's a hyena and a lion, and he respects me. And that genetic code that's in him, that right there had to, that was like ringing my bell. That's this whole week. I'm like, fuck, man. Like, I can't, yes, it'll benefit me on the back end, but I can't give those genetics away. I can't, it was a blessing, and I know my brother will appreciate it. Like, I know he'll appreciate it. I know he'll do good with them. But the genetics that's in that dog, like Chopper the Man Stopper, he stands on his toes, on his tippy toes, like he stands on his tippy toes, man, at all times. The motherfucker's at a salute erection at all times. The motherfucker is alert at all times. The motherfucker is intense like his daddy with the Bruce Lee reflexes at all times. The motherfucker is like proportionally correct. Like, everything about that dog is correct. Everything. And he has an on-off switch. How many intense dogs with the type of drive that he got has an on-off switch? Not too many of them. I'm just, keeping it real with y'all. So anyway, like I said, I'm debriefing y'all, so that's what I do. So, pay attention. So I'm like, damn it, man, I can't, I can't let go of Chopper the Man Stopper. I got his half brother, Blackhawk. And Blackhawk earned his, he earned his popularity just by popular demand, if you want to call it that. But not only that, his mother really earned him his popularity, because that's one of my best bitches that I ever had on my yard as far as production wise. Holy Spirit. So his mother made sure he stayed in the camp. His mother alone would have made sure that his DNA stayed. So the fact that his mother is who she is, legendary to me. You know what I'm saying? I got her ashes in my dog man cemetery. I call it the Hall of Fame of my dogs. Get their ashes. They all stacked up in my. Even though whether I move or not, they gonna come with me. It's a dog man Hall of Fame. I'll call it my dog man Hall of Fame. I got her ashes because she's that legendary for me. I got his mother still with me in her ashes, even though her spirit's with God. Her DNA is with me, ashes. So I'm like, for the fact that your mother is who she was, and for me and my program, you got to stay. But the fact of the matter, not only that, I mean, it's fucking Blackhawk. You already know that nigga's a superstar. He a superstar. He might even pass AK if he can produce. If that nigga can produce, we gonna call that nigga Neptunes, man. We can call that nigga Pharrell and shit. You know what I'm saying? He gonna be Pharrell. You know what I mean? Neptunes. You know what I'm saying? We got Dr. Dre, AK, and we gonna call fucking Pharrell Neptunes, fucking our boy Blackhawk. And then we gonna call our boy Chopper the Man Stopper, because I just figured out I'm gonna keep Chopper the Man Stopper. He can stay with me. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Hopefully, if he produces, that nigga gonna be Timberland. So this week, as I wrap up my week, man, I just, this shit was just fucking me up, man. And so guess what, y'all? So if he stays, then there's another one that is probably going to be going, and you know, I'm 50-50, but man, I mean, shit, I might let the right person get Red Tiger Jr. Oh shit! Did the coach say that? Did the coach say that he might let Red Tiger Jr. go to the right person? Did the coach just say that? You see the sacrifices the real dog man got to make in this fucking shit that we deal with, just to make it work. Just to make it work. You know what I mean? Like I gotta really make these type of sacrifices, these type of decisions, man, as a dog man, which is freaking ridiculous. But these are things we gotta do in real life. You know what I'm saying? Now I know y'all might hear my dogs in the background. You might hear a siren and shit. Anytime a siren runs around this motherfucker, the dogs like to howl. I mean, I don't know what it is about sirens, but the dogs like to howl. As soon as that fucking siren goes, dogs will shut up. But that's just the real life of being a dog, man. Y'all know what time it is. But anyway, that was my week, man. My week. I'm looking at 74. I'm looking at Chopper the Man Stopper. That's his name. And I'm looking at like the level of like just the level like I'm thinking like, bruh, just the DNA alone in that dog, real talk, like the DNA, if you knew what the DNA was and you knew how to cook it up, that's a six-figure dog, man. The DNA makes him that. He's got AK in him. He's got a Neapolitan Mastiff in him. Not on regular shit, not no sloppy Joe shit. He got the working kind, because that's what the breeder told me. He said the working Neapolitan, I don't know the difference, but anyway, they call it working, and that's what kind of ties into this topic tonight, huh? Working Neapolitan Mastiff, not an American boxer, but the German boxer, the American Bulldog, which of course I already know all the American Bulldogs I already know they got top tier American Bulldogs, because that was the main reason why I tapped into them, was their American Bulldog program. And then my fucking Hall of Fame bitch, Holy Spirit, my Hall of Fame game bitch, Holy Spirit, my Hall of Fame that I produce game bitch, Holy Spirit. Okay. So all those genetic, all those genetic fucking connections and combinations and generations all in one dog with AK to freaking nature. Come on, man. How the fuck? How do I, what, coach? How do you do that? So then like I said, I was reminiscing. I was going back onto my mathematical equations. I was looking at my notes. I was looking at my dog. I'm like, man, I respect my brother, but man, Chopper the Man Stopper staying with me, man. Sorry. You know, and I'm sure he's okay because he got enough dogs. But yeah, I had to make a decision. So then that means I might have to sacrifice Red Tiger Jr. because I gotta make decisions for my program. So that's been my week, man. Just like going through my Audible, going through the classroom, reading my notes. Like what, like where are we going? Like what direction we moving? Like how we, like how we moving? Like what's the focus? Who's the flagship? Who's the forefront? What's next? How can we retain the majority of our DNAs for the future? And that's pretty much what my week was all about this week, man. Taking care of dogs, of course, working. It doesn't stop. Cleaning up, pissing shit, all the shit we do. Don't stop. But yeah, I had to make some tough decisions, man. Because it's limited to what I can, operate with as of right now. And the direction that I'm going has to be very calculated, because I have to, consolidate genetics, and I got to think about the future. I also got to think about all my hard work too. I got to think about the future. And yeah, Chopper the Man Stopper, like, nigga, like, bruh, like, bruh, like, there's no way, there's no way that a top tier engineer like me is gonna is gonna pass on those genetics, to somebody who will use the dog and might breed the dog, but don't know how to maximize that like I do, because that's where my gift is. My gift is making dogs. That's my talent. Okay. You can take my genetics to make great dogs with them, but not like I'm going to make. So I need to have that dog in my possession for the future, and not being like, hey, I need some semen from, Chopper the Man Stopper. Can I get that? And then, not to say it will go bad, but let's say Chopper the Man Stopper is the shit. And, My man is making money off that stud because he's in that arena, and maybe he might want to charge me later on down the road. Maybe I don't see him ever doing that because he got his money. But you never know in this dog world. You know, you never know. Like, man, coach, I might need, like niggas is paying me fucking 10,000 a stud, coach. I might need about three. Like, damn, nigga, I thought I was gonna get for free, man. You know what I mean? And that money, that's what money do. Not to say that that's what's gonna happen, but I had to think about that shit. Like, bro, like I cook, man. How I cook is not like everybody. I don't cook like everybody. My cook-ups ain't everybody's cook-ups. Like, motherfuckers ain't spent what I spent on dogs over the years. Some might, you know what I'm saying, but not like me. I love to match it. I love to match what you spend on your top tier versus what I spend on my top tier. I would love to match it. Cause I know I'm six-figure jigger, man. I'm six-figure jigger. So I would love to match it. So me thinking about that, me seeing Chopper the Man Stopper this week, me taking care of all my dogs, me breaking down my mathematics, me going through my formulas, it's like, man, Chopper the Man Stopper gotta stay. So Chopper the Man Stopper gotta stay. And man, man, somebody might get blessed with my boy Red Tiger Jr. Oh shit. But anyway, I digress. Cheers to all the dog men and dog women that is over here in the classroom. Let me go ahead and give everybody they salutes in the chat, man, because I see we got more people that came in the building, man, came in the classroom. Growing with soul, man. We got soul bag. I already know that soul power. You already know what that shit is, man. Big salute to you, soul power. Tony has done it again. Big salute to you, Tony. We got Cannon Bulldogs, man. My brother, man. My brother. Hey, Cannon Bulldogs, when I drop that link, man, make sure you hit that link so you get up on the panel, my brother. Blue Line, Big Bill, man. Big suit to your Bill, man. Hey, Bill. Bill got some dogs over there, man. Bill got a program over there, man. Salute to Bill, man, with his program and his dogs. But yeah, man, y'all. Oh, I gotta make some tough decisions. I gotta make some tough decisions, man. And like I was saying, like I was looking at my boy. I was looking at fucking Chopper the Man Stopper. It's like, bro, I made it. That's what I cooked up what I made. Now, this is what I thought before I dropped this link with Chopper the Man Stopper. I thought with AK's DNA and then Nina Nine's DNA that he would be probably bigger than AK. Now, there was a dog that didn't make it, okay, that was going to be like a mass. I seen the Mastiff in him. It was like a Mastiff AK. So he was going to be big, right? And he was a big ass bully too. But then Chopper the Man Stopper, when they was puppies, they all looked similar as far as like they size, but they had different phenotypes. Like one had a bulldog phenotype, one had a Mastiff phenotype, one had an AK phenotype. Like, they had different phenotypes, but they were all the same in size. But as Chopper the Man Stopper grew, you know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't grow as big as AK. So I'm like, okay, well, shit, he's the size of like a Malinois. You know what I mean? He's that size. He got the height, but he's not AK. AK is bigger than a Malinois. So I thought he was going to at least be AK size because of that Mastiff and all that shit in him. But nah, he's not that size, right? So, the size, he didn't get the size that I thought that he would get with that Mastiff thrown in the AK. But as far as everything else, though, on that damn dog, especially the motor in him, the motor in that dog, fuck, man. The intensity in that dog, AK. That's AK all day. That intensity, AK all day. You know what I mean? But the motor in him, that's a whole different motor, man. If I did that agitation work that you see people doing, if I let him be okay with biting you in a bite suit, that motherfucker will fuck you up. And why I say he will fuck you up is because that dog is fast. And that dog got kill, murder, Jason Voorhees and Freddy Krueger in his DNA. You know what I'm saying? So that dog is going for the kill, murder. But being that I don't initiate that, I don't stimulate that because that's not what I do best. I do best by making it, putting it in the dog computer. I need my dogs to be tame so we can manage the yard, right? but I know it's in the dog's DNA because I've seen it with other dogs in the yard. But as I digress, man, cheers to y'all, man. I'm about to drop that link. For those who are qualified, please hit that link, man. We're going to cook tonight because there's differences, y'all. There's differences. Let me put it in the ticker real quick. Let me put this shit in the ticker real quick so that we can talk about this tonight because there's a difference, right? The topic tonight is what's the difference between a working dog, a performance dog, and a high performance working dog, right? 1, 2, and 3. You know how the coach feel about the number 3, right? Right? You know how the coach feel about that 3 times. That's rooted, right? That means we're in that root. Father, Son, Holy Ghost, right? We in that root 1, 2, and 3. That's the pyramid, right? So, what is the difference between? Because we need to talk about this as engineers. We need to talk about this because when we're thinking about creating dogs, we need to know what we're creating, and then we need to know how to create these different type of dogs: the working dog, the performance dog, and the high performance dog. So this is a great topic for us fucking thinkers, us dog man thinkers who think outside the box to create the circle, right? This is what it's about. And so tonight we're gonna really dig deep into this because I want us to really break this shit down, man. You know what I mean? I want us to really understand, fucking stand. Oh shit, I didn't see you, CDC. I didn't see you, CDC. Oh, he said there isn't. Okay, hey CDC, if you can, please hit the link because I didn't know there was. I was told that by Jackie from Buff Dogs when she was telling me the formula for her band dogs. She made it a point to tell me that the Neo that she used was a working Neo. She stressed it to me. She didn't say it was a regular Neo. She said it was a working Neo. So I didn't know the difference. So I didn't even question her. But I know you do your studies. And by the way, if y'all haven't, go check out CDC Catch Dog Concepts, man. He got a dope ass channel, man. The boy got straight knowledge, man. He giving out all kind of information. You feel what I'm talking about? So y'all make sure y'all go click on, man. Go check out CDC Catch Dog. Y'all want some good dog man info, some great interviews, man. Go subscribe to my boy CDC Big Ja. But hey, Big Ja, CDC, man. When I drop that link, man, come up on the panel, break that shit down because I like to know because I don't know the difference. You see what I'm saying? I was just told that, but I know you do your studies, man. I know you be in the classroom, so please click the fucking link. But anyway, let me drop the link, man, and we're gonna cook tonight on the topic at hand. We're gonna get in this classroom, man. We're gonna really get into this classroom and really break some shit down so that we can understand how we operate in the field when it comes to these dogs, man. So let me drop the link and we gonna do what it do, man. Big salute to y'all, man. Big salute to y'all. I greatly appreciate everybody showing up in the classroom, man. Straight up, man. You know, this is where we learn, man. This is where we cook. This is called a Dog Man supercomputer. I love it, man. I love it. I just dropped a link, and if you are qualified, hit it. If you are not qualified, I will let you know. But other than that, hit it. Also, man, the chat is open, man. So don't think that we're not looking at the chat. You know, everything that I do, I'm paying attention. You know what I mean? I got to conduct the class, you already know, but I'll put y'all's comments up on the ticker so that, the people who might be listening afterwards can see y'all's comments. So, man, communicate in the chat. You already know what it is. You feel me? It's all love, man.
Salute, coach. Salute, coach.
Man, big salute to you, young ready, man. Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you too, man.
Yeah, man. Let's bring Caveman up, man. Caveman, big salute, Caveman.
Salute, fellas.
Salute, Caveman.
Yeah.
Ask you how you been, but I already know. So
You know what it is. A lot of work, man. A lot of work, man. CDC, man, get your ass up here. CDC, tell us what it is, man. No such thing. We want to know what it is, man. Let me see my brother. Where my brother at, man? And then Bulldogs, get your ass up in here, man, if you can, man. You ain't got to be on them you ain't got to show your face, nothing like that, man. You can come on there and just use your voice. You feel me? Oh shit, we got Cannon Bulldogs in the building, man.
Salute,
What's up?
Ken.
What's up?
Salute, Ken.
Yeah, no, we gonna
Hey,
cook tonight.
what's up, brothers?
All right.
Yeah, man. CDC, what's good, man? Come on, Big Jaw. Get up here, man. How you gonna say that and not come over here and break it down, man? We need you to break that shit down, man. You gotta do that MC Hammer. You gotta break that shit
Man.
down, bro.
People call their dogs what they want too. You know, you get a big blue mastiff that's a working type dog, blue and wrinkly. You know what I mean? It's a Neo.
Yeah, but see,
Probably a Corso.
yeah, but you
Yeah.
know, when you're dealing with so when you're dealing with a top tier level breeder, right? And then they're telling you specifically that it's a working Neo. Now, she told me in definition, it didn't have all that loose skin. So it's similar to a damn Corso, but she didn't say Corso.
Right.
She said specifically out her mouth, we used a working Neapolitan Mastiff without all the loose skin. That's what she said. So I'm just going off
Yeah.
what the woman said, and they have a well-known breeding program. So you know, I gotta go off of what she told me because I don't know no better. But like I said, CDC, if you know, because I know you've been doing your studying, you know, share that with us, man. We in the classroom, we would love to know.
Facts.
Yeah, they could have been breeding their own. I mean, just because you get Great Danes don't mean you have to breed them to look like everybody else's.
Correct. Well, they never owned it. I think they just used it as part of their formula. You know what I mean? It was a part of their breeding formula. So you know how it is. Like you might have, you know, you might have a boxer, and I might have the pit bull, and K-Man, you might have the working Neo, and we was cooking. You know, we you know what I'm saying? We all cooked our shit. I think that's how it was. Which I can't specify it, but you know, she described it to me as the ones that didn't have all the loose skin. It didn't, you know what I mean? It was tighter skin Neo. That's what she said.
Ooh.
So, which is similar to, like we said, it's similar to the Cane Corso.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Until what's good with you, Marcus? Yeah, let me see who else was up in here, man. Trill Tyler, man, what's good, brother? Welcome. Who else we got, man? Who else we got? I think I hit everybody else, man. But as y'all come in the chat, man, you know, introduce yourselves. We gonna cook, man. We gonna cook tonight. But you know how I do, y'all.
Sorry to hear about that red tiger situation.
Oh,
Yeah, man. But I feel you. At the same time, I feel you.
Yeah. Oh shit, we got Bando in the house. Hey, Bando. Man, why? You know, like I said, man, you know, the coach be in everybody's classroom.
You need to be up here too.
Hey, Bando, why? You know, this is off the topic, but why is home of the nanny dog? Why is he on your head like that, Bando? Like, I know you to drink with no chaser. I know you ain't got no chaser in how you operate. We know how you do, but damn, how'd you piss that nigga off so much? Excuse my language, I apologize, but how you piss him off that much to where he had a whole segment, 2 segments about you, Bando? Like what are you doing to have these jokers all up in your shit tub, Bando? Like, good Lord. You know, I was like, what? But you know,
I missed it.
He mad at how he cooking over there. That's why.
Yeah, you would have to go. First of all, you would have to go to Home of the Nanny Dog. You go to his channel. I'm gonna send y'all. But see, this is the stuff that is entertainment because it's drama. It's not educational. So if y'all don't want to hear none of that stupid shit, don't go over there. But being that, you know, like I said, I'm in everybody's classroom, and the reason why I fuck with Home of the Nanny Dogs is because he's doing his own thing. So I always support motherfuckers who's doing their own thing, but all the Whitney Houston, and I heard my nigga Bando in there, excuse my language, was like, what the heck? I'm like, what you doing, Bando? Like, what the heck? So Anyway, Bando, I'm not gonna have you on the stage doing that shit. But you know, it is. I just since I seen you, I heard him talking about you. I'm like, damn, what's he do now, Bando? Hey, I guess when you picked this scab, he couldn't handle it, huh, Bando? Horrible. Like I said, y'all, if y'all want views, y'all do that entertainment stuff. Y'all do all that bickering, all that bitching, all that feminine stuff. You know what I'm saying? If y'all want views, y'all do that stuff. But you know, over here, we about the classroom. There's only gonna be a few of us here, really about these dogs and really trying to take it to a level that we trying to take it to. And it's it is what it is. But if y'all want to start a channel, y'all want views and likes and all that BS, man, just be bickering and fighting with niggas. Then you're gonna get all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? You can get all that stuff and get everybody tuning in because that's what people like. People like drama, they like other people's misery, they don't like education, they don't want to learn to use their brain. You feel me? So, that's a little, if you want to elevate your channel real fast, be on that feminine female drama shit. But if you're really about the dogs, it's gonna be slow and steady, which at the end of the day, we already know it wins the race. Message. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you dropping game. That's the truth.
Come on, man. It just
And
what it
that's
is.
the thing. Like a lot of people don't want to put in that grind to do the slow and steady. You know what I'm saying? They either want the overnight shit or they want to do the drama like you talking about. But if they don't get instant results, then they kind of just like be like, fuck it, I'm gonna do something else. You know what I'm saying?
Straight up. Straight up. You already know. You know what I mean? But that's why I
How
say
every game is.
that's exactly that's how every game is. And
Yeah.
I've always said to you guys from the beginning, is like, bro, our channel is gonna be, this platform is gonna be the slowest growing of all the channels because this is classroom where you got to use your brain and you got to apply. And most people don't work their brain. So when they be in the classroom, they be so weak they can't do the reps, they can't do the mental reps, so they tap out. Oh my God, I gotta think about this. Oh man, they're talking about stuff I gotta learn. Oh, I don't want to hear this shit. I gotta be out of here. So of course we're not gonna have the majority of the dog world involved in what we talking about because there's no entertainment here. This is about really using our dog man brain and really calculating and coming up with dope ass concepts, dope ass ideas to better our dogs, better our programs. And of course, there's only going to be a few of us that's willing to do the work, like we talk about. Put in the work, man. It's only gonna be a few of us. Oh shit, we got Catch Dog Concepts. We got Big John in the building.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
We got Big John in the
Salute,
building.
John.
The superstar. He don't even come on our channel no more. He's a superstar. This nigga is a celebrity and shit, man. It's hard to see my man Big John in the building, man.
Oh man, ain't nothing like that, man. I just be, I be working, be grinding, man.
No, I know, John. I'm just fucking with you, man. But hey,
Already.
can you elaborate on that though? I mean, like what you were saying, because I know you've been doing your research. So that's why I wanted to bring you up because I know your word is valid. And I mean, please educate us and educate me on the differences between the Neapolitan Mastiffs and if there is a variant of a working type, if there is one. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay. Boy, they're gonna probably try and get me for this. So it is definitely divided when it comes to the Neapolitan Mastiff and the Cane Corso. As far as the breeders, some Corso, not all, some Corso breeders believe that the Corso never derived from the Neapolitan Mastiff. They say there was three different dogs: the Cane de Presa, which is like the working Neo. They say that was in the past. Those old pictures of Neos that look more like Corsos. I know you guys probably know what I'm talking about.
Right.
They so that's not true. So the Neapolitan Mastiff has been around for a long time. That dog doesn't share any RNA with any other breed. That breed is there's no like, say for instance, like what can I reference? The Bull Mastiff, how there's 60% English Mastiff and 40% Oldie English Bulldog. There's no other percentage of any other dog with the Neapolitan Mastiff. It's been a lot of line breeding and inbreeding and just mastering the dog. Um, so let me start off like from what people believe. The Neo was not a fighting dog of Rome or wasn't in the Colosseum. This dog was a dog that was kept heavy, that was bred to be a close quarter guardian. Whoever came in the castle, the backyard, or on the property, they were supposed to kill them quickly and hit them with, of course, all the power they withhold. They're a big breed. Um, but let me get to the point that you guys wanted to hear. Uh, the Neo, it has recessive genes, so that means it produces three different phenotypes in one litter, which is the dry phenotype, which looks like a Cane Corso. That's the working Neo you guys speak of from the past, or the healthier Neapolitan Mastiff.
Cook, nigga, cook, boy. We let you do it.
Man, I just saw Joe comment. Boy, they finna get at me. So like I said, there's a dry phenotype. There's a phenotype that's in between. It's not as much loose skin, but it's not as so like you guys say overdone. There's not a lot of loose skin, but it's not completely dry or skinny like a Cane Corso. And then you have the what you guys call the overdone with all the dewlap, the loose skin.
Right.
That dog produces those three phenotypes, and so then the story behind how you see all those old pictures of Neos, you don't really see many old pictures of Neos with all the dewlap, correct?
Right.
You guys all see the older ones with the dry Neos. So that story, the people of southern Italy, they had the Neos that had the dewlap, the loose skin. Those were the prized dogs. Those were the desired looks of the dogs in the southern part of Italy. In the northern part, they had the dry Neos. And there was one particular guy, I might say his first name wrong, Piero Scanziani. He was an author and an actor. He went on a 3-year hunt for a Neapolitan Mastiff so he can begin his program of breeding the Neapolitan Mastiff. The people of the south of Italy didn't want to sell him a dog. I'm pretty sure he was from the north. I could be wrong, but there's like beef in the regions. So with that, he went to the north and he was searching for a dog. He finally got a dog, which was Toto Waglione. That was the name of the dog. That dog was a dry working Neo, you guys say. Is the healthy Neo. And he just documented. He took a lot of pictures. The Neo is a well-documented breed, one of the most documented breeds. But he took a lot of pictures. That's why you see all of those pictures of the Neos that were dry, because that's mainly what he bred.
Okay.
So, and Toto Waglione, he bred to a daughter of his, and with that produced a dog that he named his kennel after, which was Villanova. I think that might be the singular term of the kennel, but the dog's name was, I think, Ursus Villanova, and she looked like the dewlap or overdone Neos that you guys say are the unhealthy ones. And this was in 1950. But there's also something with the dry Neo. The dry Neos you see, some of them, not most of them, but some of them, maybe most of them, I can't really distinct between the two because, I wasn't there. But most of them, well, a good amount of them, I'm going to say that, were either young puppies. Mind you, this dog is a large breed. It's one of the massive breeds, not the large breed, the massive breeds. So that dog, it takes 3 to 5 years for it to fully develop. And a Neo will look like those dry Neos you have or you see that is so much prized. But that will, 5 years later, it'll look like a Neo with all the dewlap and all the, what is that? The overdone look, you guys say.
What? Wow.
Yeah, see, and let me chime in for a second. So yeah, the dude in the comments said that in your comments that I was talking to said that, and me personally, like, I don't buy that. Like, that's just, I don't believe that. Two, the other thing is, what you said is actually very similar to bulldogs. You can have bulldogs that have, way more phenotype, and you can have some that are tighter skinned and not so bully. I have dogs from the same litter that look super bully, and then I have some people think are XL bullies, like they have no bulldog phenotype at all. So you can have a variance of phenotype, but here's the thing: if over the years one phenotype becomes way more desirable, and I continue because of like, hey, the dog that looks like this gets all the accolades. So if everyone breeds for this, then that's what the breed will turn into.
Right.
Like with any trait, you know what I'm saying? So if everyone's like, hey, like you said, the loose skinned ones were prized in southern Italy, and the other ones weren't. And even here in America, the loose ones have generally, like, when people think of a neo mastiff, they think of the nutsack looking dog.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
if everybody breeds for that trait, whether the dog can produce three different types, if everyone's breeding for that type, that's what the breed becomes. And me personally, like, I don't buy that the dog is super tight. Like, yeah, phenotype can change and some things can change, but you can't tell me that, because the guy I was arguing with, if you want to call it that, in the comments, he was arguing that there's the dry kind and the loose kind,
Yeah.
but all of the dry kind were just young dogs who turn into the nutsack dogs. So what is it? Is it there's dry ones and there's loose ones, or all the dry ones turn into loose ones eventually? Like
Oh, that's a good
that's
point.
you that that don't even make sense, because I know for a fact, I know that guy Cali Catchers, he has a Neo that doesn't look like a nutsack dog, and he even DNA tested it, and it came back 100% Neo Mastiff, and it looks exactly like the dogs from the old days. And it's old. I mean, that dog's been around for a while, and it didn't turn into no nutsack. So like, I don't know. It's just some of this stuff. I like it. It makes sense, but just like from a genetic standpoint, it's just what people breed for. It's just like, if you breed for that, like if this is in the gene pool and I continue, like, all the dogs that are dry get cast aside because they don't, no one wants those. And only the ones with the super loose skin, just like you see with English bulldogs, like you see with Frenchies, if those are the dogs that are prized, and I keep breeding loose dog to loose dog to loose dog to loose dog, that's what the breed becomes. It's
Yep.
literally genetic selection. You know what I'm saying? And you can do that with any trait. With any trait, if it's done enough times over enough generations, like you zero in on that attribute, and that just becomes what it is. I mean, all dogs have some measure of variation. I mean, shit, there's long-haired Rottweilers, there's short-haired Rottweilers, there's all types of variations in every breed. But if you key in on a specific thing, and everybody goes for that dog, if there's this one stud that everybody wants, and you inbreed and line breed on that shit, then I mean, that becomes the dog. And yeah, you'll have some that are like, outliers and shit here and there, just like I have outliers in my program. But if that's what the goal is, then that's what the dogs will be. So I mean, that's just my 2 cents.
What do you have to say to that? Come on, Cash Dog. Come on, man.
So I can't speak and I'm not like regressing or anything like that. I can't speak too much, but I've been showed examples, and I've seen conversations between breeders that have
Hmm.
bred this dog for a long time, like fathers, like seniors and juniors. They bred this dog for a long time, and they still say to this present day that the Neo does produce 3 different phenotypes. So, like I said, I can't really say too much on have I seen it, which I have, but it wasn't my dogs. I haven't touched the dogs.
Okay. So let me interject. Okay. So what you're saying at the end of the day is, if let's say if you want to call it a sport, so let's say from my example, what I was told,
Hmm.
not knowing a Neo, from a breeder who had a Neo that they added to their band dog program, and they labeled it a sport because maybe that was how they described the drier ones. was the ones with less of the jowl or the nutsack look, like Cannon Bulldog said, right? But at the same time, okay, so we could say that's a variant of the Neo is the drier type, or let's say some might call the sport. So if it has 3 different variants, then in reality, that variant will not really turn into the nutsack one because the drier one is the drier variant. Would you say that's the reality of that, CDC?
Yeah. I mean, I think Torn Bean Mastiffs. So there is some controversy with that kennel that they may have like interbred like a little bit of something, but I've read Colonel David Hancock even, and you can search him up. I mean, he's like real invested in the Mastiff world. He said it's the best Neapolitan Mastiff kennel he's seen.
Okay.
So that kind of gives me the idea, okay, this was a solidified Neapolitan Mastiff kennel, but they bred the drier look, which was the working Neo kennel that they stated.
Okay.
But the question that what we're saying is, how, if there's 3 different types, how can all the pictures that we've seen from the past just be dogs in the early cocoon stage? Like, if you're saying there's a dry type and a loose type and everything in between, then how can you also at the same time say every dry type that we've seen wasn't really a dry type, it was just a loose type that hasn't got to the loose stage yet? You can't have it both ways. You can't say there's a dry type, but at the same time, oh no, every dry type you see, no, that's really a nutsack type. It just hasn't gotten there yet.
Right. I see.
That's what we're saying.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So how it was explained to me, those dogs in those pictures were puppies, or they were younger or earlier dogs. So when they get in that 8 months to 10 months kind of stage, that's how it was explained to me. They were puppies or they were young dogs.
And sorry to cut you off, but to me, like, that sounds like bullshit to me, because there's no way you can tell me that every single picture, every picture from the past that I see is just, oh no, that was a young dog. Oh no, that was like, there's just no way, like, just statistically, logically, that just doesn't make sense. That every single picture, like, you can say maybe most of them, you can say some of them, but you can't say every picture. Like, that's like if someone told you every single picture of a bulldog that I show you, just black and white or whatever, that was just a young dog. That dog wasn't fully developed. It's actually going to turn into something else. Like, that just doesn't make sense to me. Like, as a logical thinker, that sounds like something that someone who has an agenda would say to discount, whatever proof that I have.
Yeah,
Now,
I don't have it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I got a few pictures
from
some literature of Italy. But like I said, I wasn't there and I haven't touched the dogs neither.
Yeah. None of us have.
Too hard, but like that, I get what you're saying. Though. That does kind of sound a little iffy, though. That all the dogs were puppies or younger dogs.
Like every single, like every dog, every picture, every photograph. Like, come on. That's just not really logical, Like, it just doesn't. And then it's like, I don't even have these types of dogs, so it's not. I just like talking about dogs, and I like hypothesizing and everything. But like, okay, every dog was like, how can I say this? Like, there's a varying degree of the nutsack look, right? So it's not like the dog. Like, if it's a nutsack dog, right? It didn't just turn from nutsack to dry from nutsack overnight. So it had to be like, okay, it got a little more jowly. So at what point you're saying they should have it over 5 years? So you would think like, okay, well, the dog should, get a little looser at 3 years, and then at 4 years it should be a little more looser, and then at 5, that's complete transformation. It's not just going to be snap your fingers and it's just dry to loose. So like, it just doesn't make sense saying that, all the dogs were in their dry stage. Like, come on, man, that don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. And it's not even just it's not even just the phenotype, it's also the conformation. Like a lot of those dogs are, they don't like the front ends like look kind of messed up. And I know like it is kind of hard to keep good conformation on big dogs.
Oh
It
yeah.
just
And there's
it
not
just
good dogs in every breed. I mean, there's trash dogs in every breed too.
it just all big dogs, like
Right.
just large dogs usually don't have the best conformation. Like very rare. They usually have straight stifles, or their pasterns are weak, or they got all those pressure sores. It's just because they're big ass dogs. It's just
Yeah.
so. But a lot of those ones usually have like the bad confirmation. And
Right.
I don't know, it's just hard to see, like you said, a quick, like someone comes in, they maul the shit out of them right there on the spot, and then it's done. But outside of that, I wouldn't really expect too much out of a dog like that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
as
it's
far
definitely
as,
not an endurance breed too.
yeah,
A lot of people get that. Like most masters are supposed to be durable. They're supposed to run long. No, I mean, how much do you expect how far do you expect a 150 plus pound dog to run?
yeah,
Like people,
yeah. Well, it depends on how you think about it too, because like, do you think the people who originally developed these dogs, do you think they were 150 pounds like back then? I mean, it
No.
wasn't like they was eating the best food and stuff back in the day. So, a lot of these, like if you think about it, a lot of these giant dogs are kind of like a modern creation. I don't think that because like for example, like Great Danes and stuff, like they were using those for catching wild boar. I mean,
yeah, that's what they
the
were bred
dogs
for. Yeah,
now, yeah, the dogs now they will probably have a heart attack trying to run after a wild boar.
yeah. Some people
you
outbreed them
know?
heavy. Some are even breeding in Neo. Like German people, I'm pretty sure they breed Neo into them. So that I
Yeah,
mean, you asking for size in the dog at that point.
Yeah, that's the
yeah, and I
that's
mean,
the designer breed.
yeah, and I mean, you're talking about, like those dogs. I mean, like you said, like the state guardian. Hey, you climb over this fence, it's gonna fuck you up. It's
Right.
like a shock and awe campaign. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna, I'm not an endurance dog, but I'm gonna overwhelm you with so much size and violence that I don't need to fight you for an hour, because I'm
Right.
gonna just overwhelm you with my sheer strength and size, and it's a wrap. So I
And
mean,
it's
I
hard to
get
pull
it.
that dog off of you too.
Yeah,
I'm
you tell him 200 pounds of teeth. Oof.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
like, and they get
yeah,
and the standard says 150 plus. It ranges. Those dogs
yeah,
can get to 215, 220 plus pounds.
Wow.
yeah.
That's an
It's like
average
fighting.
grown man you fighting at
It's
that
like
point
fighting a man with teeth.
with shark teeth.
Yeah.
You got to
Yeah.
remember, a
So
dog that don't run is an advantage when he's trying to guard a gate or a door.
Man,
Why is
break it
that?
yeah,
down, Dave, man. Break it. What you say? A dog that don't run is an advantage. Go ahead. I mean, you gotta break that shit down for us.
Well, basically, they pretty much said it. Them big, heavy dogs, they're not athletic, and they don't have that drive. They just lay around on the porch, basically, waiting.
So they're just a deterrent at the end of the day.
So yeah, so their laziness and their lack of ability is an advantage, because that dog is on post and it's not running off to the neighbors. It's not out chasing game out back while somebody's breaking into your house.
Right. I get what you're saying. He gonna stand there. He not
yeah,
gonna run away.
Yeah, they don't need a fence. They don't need a chain.
yeah. They have like
Some
low prey drive but high defensive
yeah.
drive.
Right.
Some
Exactly.
people
Yeah.
back in ancient Italy, well not ancient, back in Italy, some of them even cut the dog's toes off, crippled them, so they wouldn't run away or roam.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
That's insane.
But this
Yeah.
was
Yeah,
like I
that's
said, this was like
Wow.
what it was showed to me. This was in Italian literature, so like I've seen it in a book. It's not just somebody saying this.
yeah.
No, we know
No,
you.
that's a good point. That's a good point that he brought up about the dogs being kind of like lazy and stuff. Like that makes a lot of fucking sense.
It is, yeah, that does make sense. He's not going to want to go far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he
I
want to
was
go. He want to go. He want to go to your ass if you climb that fence.
If
Yeah,
you come through
yeah.
that door, you climb that fence. You
It
gonna have to
reminds me
see
of the Sandlot. Of the Sandlot. You know the Sandlot dog.
yeah. No, that's dope.
Yeah.
Okay, so then catch dog. So then, so
it.
Big Ja. So we can say that there is a variant. You said that there's 3 variants.
Yep, there's an in
So
between, there's a dry, and then there's the
right.
wrinkly.
So we would say the dry one would be more of the athletic one, which would be more of one that would be considered a working one versus the one who is not as dry, might have more weight on them due to the, whatever, the jowls and all the extra skin that it has on it.
Well, let me not cut you
Go
not to
ahead,
cut
go
you
ahead, go ahead,
off.
go ahead.
So the recessiveness, how it was explained to me, which it makes sense. So I was showed a dog from the 80s in a show, which was was a grandfather. I don't know how far back. I think great grandfather 4 times. And the dog of present now expressed that same exact phenotype. It looked almost just like the dog before. So with that, the recessiveness, it just reaches back to a dog in a pedigree or a parent or grandparent, and it expresses that phenotype.
Okay.
So that's what I got from the recessiveness, and that's how you get those 3 different phenotypes. And I've seen this from, like I said, in a real experience, like a father and then son breeder of the Neapolitan Mastiff stated that it's real. It's not hard, but you'll rarely see 2 dogs of the same phenotype in one litter.
So then it goes back to what my man Cannon was talking about, where if you breed in a certain phenotype as a breeder, and let's say you want that dry look, then you're going to breed dry to continue to get that dry look. That's more of a, mathematical common sense as a breeder, right?
It is, but it will be hard. Like I said, like Toto Waglione, his daughter was dry just like him. She looked like a Corso, like that's how dry she was, and he was dry. And he bred and Scanziani bred them 2 together, and that produced looked like a bear, like it was a real wrinkly Neapolitan Mastiff. But
The
I'm
whole
pretty
litter,
sure.
though, the whole litter was that way.
I just seen the daughter. I didn't see the whole litter.
Okay, so there's variant in there, which we know there's variant. So if that's not washed out, let's say you got 2 generations deep into a dry, type Neo, and you bred those, yeah, you might still catch one that's gonna have the wrinkles in there because it ain't completely washed out.
Right.
However, if that's what you want to breed, we already know, well, we're not going to breed that one that's got the wrinkly dinkly on it. You feel me? We're going to keep breeding them dry ones until that shit don't show up.
Then
Exactly.
you're gonna have dry that shows up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, that's just like you said, that's just how genetics work. Like same with genetic diseases. It's the same,
Right.
it's the
Breed
same thing. You
more
just,
desirable
yep,
Yeah.
from the
desirable to
start.
desirable to desirable to till it's just not there anymore. And like
And
you
they
said, you may have it pop up, but it's like like it's not some kind of mystery or like these dogs. I mean, and I'm speaking from a place of ignorance because I've never owned Neapolitan Mastiffs, but genetics are genetics, and these dogs don't like exist outside of the genetics of every other dog. I mean, maybe because they're such an old dog
right.
that their genetics might be a little different as far as like how strong that shit is,
Yeah.
but but at the same time there's still canines,
They're
and
still a dog. Yeah.
generations and generations. You can breed generations this way, or you can breed generations that way. It's still good, like you said, it's still going to get washed out. And what really, like, talking about this, it really makes me wonder, you know, what, people back in the older days when they were first starting to do band dogs and stuff, and like, and even kind of newer, like the Lucero band dogs and all that stuff. Like, I wonder what type of Neo they were using with the pit bulls that they were using. Like, were they using the dry type, or were they using the loose, or
That's a good
in
question.
between, or
I don't know
because
how
that,
many.
yeah,
I don't know how many will like really go search for the dry, because like I said, some didn't even know about the dry Neo. Most would think it was a
yeah, yeah.
Corso, or they thought all
Hmm.
Neos was like that. So
And a lot of those Lucero band dogs, because I remember like I thought those were fucking dope. Like I'd say like 2012, I see them on YouTube and shit.
yeah,
I thought they were like really cool looking dogs, and they they kind of almost looked like a bulldog to me because they had more of like like the bullier phenotype like the loose ones have, but they just weren't super loose. You know what I mean? Like they kind of look kind of like, the same type of body as like most, band dogs you
yeah.
see today, just more bullier in the head. So maybe you're right. Maybe they were using the loose ones.
I know something, not a lot. I don't want to say that because I don't know too much. I don't like to speak on what I don't know. But
Yeah.
I know some of those band dogs, like the ones you speak of from 2012, early 2000,
Mm-hmm.
they're still kept on ice now. And some of those dogs are in the pedigrees of some of these band dogs today. And I know that
Mm.
I've talked to a band dog owner that has a band dog program, and he said his dogs have it was one kennel, but they used Neapolitan at some point, and it was Neapolitan in there.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing you do notice with most of these Neapolitan used band dogs with the pit bull, the Neapolitan expresses itself pretty well.
Oh, for sure.
Like you can tell, you
Mm-hmm.
can see even some of your band dogs, you can see the Neapolitan.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's how strong their genetics are.
Yep.
They will express themselves very well. I got a few pictures I saw of like Neo to shepherd dog. It looked like a Neo with longer fur. Neo to English Mastiff. It was just like a real big fat Neo. I mean, it's just like the Neo expresses itself well.
But you know what, CDC. Let me piggyback off what Kenan was saying. But that's a tie into what you're talking about. Why those genetics express themselves very strongly, because that's an ancient dog. So how they bred it in the past, they was doing a lot of inbreeding, line breeding, inbreeding, line breeding, inbreeding, line breeding, inbreeding, line breeding, right back in those days, because they probably didn't have the genetic diversity of a whole bunch of other people with Neos that they can go
Yeah.
across to. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, they can't send semen over across the world and shit like
Right.
that.
Go fuck with a homeboy with that. He got his own line of Neos, right? That you can go in
Yeah.
and your line. So that shit is so strong genetically that we take that ancient breed in today, even though we do have the variants, we got whatever across the world over in Italy, fucking they got their Neos, and then maybe over there in fucking Rome they got their Neos, and maybe over there in the UK they got their Neos, right? So then it's a different family of Neos, but it's so heavily inbred, inbred, line bred, that once you take it to your pit bull for that 50-50 outcross, that motherfucking Neo is expressing harder than your pit bull.
Yeah.
Because those genes are that potent.
Yeah.
So even though, like you said, even though it's an outcross of two different lines or two different bloods or two different breeds, depending on how potent which breed is over the next, is going to express, it's kind of like how Deion Sanders, for example, you see Deion in every one of his damn kids.
You do, even the daughter. Yeah, you see him.
So there was some fucking cousins and fucking.
Nah, I don't know about
No.
He got them strong ass genetics.
Come on now, we're not gonna cap now.
Top tier genetics, man.
Right, genetics are genetics now. We don't know what was happening in Master's house. We didn't know what Master was doing when he was doing his own breedings over there. Because see, back in those days, you wasn't choosing who you was fucking having sex with back in our ancestors' days when we was over there slaves.
Gonna be choosy over there.
No, our slave master was doing the breeding. We wasn't choosing.
Oh yeah, the breeding farms. Yeah.
Come on now, let's keep it real.
Yeah, my grandfather, he's from Mississippi. His mother was a sharecropper.
I already know that.
And I mean, my line of family, we just like genetically are stronger. I did a DNA test. My thing showed up. My DNA, I'm more likely to be stronger. And they bred for those type of traits. Like I was 17 years old and I bench pressed 405 pounds. And my great uncle, he bench pressed 500 pounds.
Yeah,
So
that's
like
crazy.
they bred for those genetics.
Bro, think of it like this, okay? Back in the days before they figured out that breeding too tight for humans was a problem, just like with anything else, right? But back in the day when you had that royal blood, you think you're gonna let You think you gonna breed to a peasant?
Nah, you're not. Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Think about it. They was doing inbreeding, line breeding their cousins and all that shit a long time ago until they figured out that shit was fucking their bloodline up.
Right.
Right.
And
So
honestly, even with the royal people back in the days, it was because they got too tight.
no, that's what I'm
You
saying.
know, it wasn't like, yeah, it was when they started getting like, the motherfuckers started getting desperate and started doing some crazy shit. And then it got like too tight. You know what I mean? They wasn't having no heirs and shit. It was like, fuck, I gotta fuck my sister or whatever. And then them kids start coming out with that Habsburg jaw.
No, that's real. That's my point. I'm making.
Yeah.
That's the same way with the dogs. It's the same fucking way with the dogs. You know what I'm saying? Of course, how
Yeah.
we interact with ourselves is how we figure out, okay, what we can't do. And then we figured out, okay, well, why experiment on ourselves? Let's experiment on the animals. That's why they do the all the mice and shit. They experiment on them first before they fuck us up, because we've been fucking ourselves over early bird.
Yeah,
You know?
I heard that firsthand with the mice. Yeah.
So all I'm saying is it's the same way with the dogs, right? See, if all you got is a limited gene pool and you just use your gene pool, and if the dogs can, then it goes tied back to the topic. Like, right? If your dogs are just bred to do a job, then as long as that dog does the job, who gives a fuck what it look like? Think about it.
Yeah. Yeah, like what we were talking about earlier with the selection pressure. Like, when it's a working farm or whatever, country dog. So if the selection pressure for those dogs, like, they're like, oh, this puppy came out fucked up, I'm not keeping it. Oh, this dog can't work, I'm killing it. Whatever they do back then. So it's like they only keeping the best of the best.
Right.
And over years and years and years of them just keeping the dogs that are suitable for work, yeah, you're going to have some really fucking hardy, strong ass, dogs. Just like we talked about with pit bulls, they only kept the ones who won fights, who could fight and not quit, and the ones who wouldn't quit. So it's like years and years and years of just that. You create an amazing dog, but it's just like everybody has to be on board and breeding towards the same thing for decades to get that. But we don't really have anything like that anymore because all these things are illegal. So the only thing really where you have that is like in some hunting dogs and and like military shit, which is not even open to the public. You know what I'm saying?
Now watch this.
So
Watch this.
Please got that,
No, we about to cook, y'all. We about to cook. Hold on. Let's bring it back to the topic, okay? So, hey, Catch Dog, you stay your ass on here. You ain't done yet, nigga. So you know what I'm saying? We about to cook on this topic. It's a great topic, okay? So the topic tonight is going to be, what's the difference between a working dog? Now we talk about everything that encompasses a working dog, okay? That's one dog. A performance dog. Everything that encompasses what a performance dog is, and then the next level to what a performance dog, a high performance dog. So I want us to really get in depth on all three of these levels of dogs, and I want y'all's opinion on it. And I'm gonna open the floor up. We're gonna talk about the working dog first. I'm gonna open the floor up to all of you guys, and then what I like to do, Candace, is I like to elaborate after everybody. Everybody on the panel, I like to elaborate after you guys, because the whole thing is for all of us to participate and to do what we do as dog man. I don't want to influence the thinking or nothing like that, because that's who I'm the coach at the end of the day, nigga. So you already know I done thought about this 1,000 times over. But I'd rather y'all's opinion, and I would love the chat to interact and all that shit before I come in. So what we're gonna start with is the working dog, right? What is a working dog to you guys? What is the description? Like, what is the attributes to a working dog? What is a working dog? Whoever wants to start first, and I want each of you guys to elaborate. So whoever wants to start first on what is a working dog, the attributes, what is that definition to you guys? Who's gonna start off?
Somebody, what's going on in the background?
Okay.
That's probably me. That's probably me.
Make sure you hit mute if y'all ain't on the line. Thank you. So who want to come? Who want to come over on the stage?
I'll go first. And
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
killing it earlier.
Go ahead.
All right, so almost like the working dog is like a class. I put that it's a class. So like the German Shepherd, it'll guard your house and protect the house and your car. It could be a man biter. It'll bite people if you train it to do that. Like a working dog, like it's guarding stuff and attacking if it has those commands put on it. It's gonna do that job.
Okay.
So like German Shepherds, patrol dog, like patrol.
Okay. Patrol dog. Guard dog.
Yeah. Watchdog.
Watchdog. Okay. Anybody else want to come in there, man? You done ready? You got some more ready? You know what I'm saying?
I always
All right,
got more.
I got you. So, you still going?
Nah, you go.
Sorry. Okay, so in my opinion, people probably won't like my opinion. Like, a working dog is a dog with a job. Plain and simple. If you have a job, you're a working dog. Just because you're, like you said, a German Shepherd, doesn't mean you're a working dog. So if I have a German Shepherd and he just sits on my couch all day, it's not a working dog. The dog has to have an actual job. Like people say, for example, when I have my dogs on the spring pole, and some of this shit is semantics too, right? It's just like terminology that people use, but I try to avoid it because I don't think it's like correct. So like if my dog's out in the spring pole, people are like, oh, your dog is doing work. Oh, I love seeing dogs working and working. That's not work. That's fucking play. That's conditioning. That's not work. Work is an actual job, whether it's herding stuff, whether it's, bomb detection, like you said, attacking people. This dog's out here guarding. There's a lot of different types of work for a dog. You can have a working breed, but this is not a working dog. You know what I'm saying? So like if I don't actually employ my dog in doing a task on a regular basis, and then some people will try to be facetious and be like, "Oh, well, my dog's job is to be my companion, so it's work." Like, okay, nigga, like, shut the fuck up. Like, what the fuck I mean. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a dog with a job. You know what I'm saying? That has to be employed doing a job, like trained. I mean, and not necessarily always trained, because some dogs, like herding dogs and shepherding dogs, they don't really have to be trained. They just do it naturally. But generally, it's a dog with a job. And that's what people don't understand. Like they always, they just want to throw a term around for a dog, where I think what they would probably be thinking of, like, they're thinking more of a sporting dog, or like what you were saying, a performance dog. But working dog with a fucking job, a job, not playing, not competing, with a job. You know what I'm saying? So that's my opinion.
Yeah, that's point blank right there.
That is. I'm gonna go.
Go ahead, CDC, get it.
Okay, so a working breed. I mean this is really just it's a wide variety, but it all depends on if that dog, like Lester said, if it has a job. You have to give the dog a job, like a dachshund or a wiener dog, whatever you want to call it. Those dogs, some of them were used for grounding. They went under and they got like moles or whatever was underground. So they were worked. There is a category, people, like, I'm pretty sure the breed clubs even put categories of working dogs. But like a junkyard dog is a working dog. Yeah. It's deterring and barking and keeping people from out of the junkyard from stealing valuable scrap. So a working dog is really just a dog that if you give it a job, and in Cannon, I mean, he really broke it down, took the clothes off of it. Yeah. If you you just have to give the dog a certain job. It could be a mutt. That could be a working dog if you give it a job, a real job, not like a companion. A mutt could be a working dog as well. That's my little stance on it.
Oh shit. Hey man.
Yeah. So what are we calling a performance dog then? Is a dog that
No.
competing against other
Hold on.
dogs?
Working dog.
Hey man, I gotta stop you. Working dog. Talk about the working dog. Don't talk about we're not on the dog yet.
Yeah. They already beat the brakes off that topic.
Well, who want your opinion?
Yeah. It's that simple to me. It's a dog with a job.
Okay. Yeah,
Yep.
that's how we do it. We keep it simple. So me to summarize the working dog is everything all y'all said, right? Even the German Shepherd, if that German Shepherd's job was to guard, and that's in his phenotype, genotype, and that's how he is bred, and that's what you bought him for, and that's what you used him for, then that's his job.
As long as the dog completes the job, yeah.
So
That's really it. Complete the job. Not if he's supposed to do it, if he does it. If he barks when somebody comes and knocks at the door, and if they're not supposed to be there, they walk away because they know it's a dog, then he completed his job.
Correct. So we already know the difference because see, like you were saying, Cannon, somebody would see your dog doing spring pole work, see it doing whatever type of driving work, they, jumping up a damn, wall or whatever it might be, pulling doing weight pull, oh, that's a working dog. No, that's not a working dog. That's not, because that dog is not there to do a job. So
Yeah.
understand, and this is what we want to break down to you guys, panel, and also you guys, chat, also you guys who listen on the replay, is that there is a difference. So when you hear people talking about working dogs, even when they see dogs, I'm going to get into performance next, but even when they see your dogs doing sleeve work and like, they say they don't see your dog doing sleeve work, and like, I don't see your dog doing no work. You think my dog biting the sleeve is work, you dumb motherfucker? That's a game to that dog. You're playing games with that dog.
That's a task being performed that you asked of that dog.
Yeah, that's a game. You know what I'm saying?
Now I will give a little pushback on that. Like, yeah, that is not work.
Right.
But if the dog is going to be employed as an attack dog or protection dog, then you're training it to do the work.
Facts. Yeah.
So like, so I mean, yeah, I wouldn't say, oh, look at that dog I wouldn't be like, oh, that dog is working, but you are training it to do the work. So I kind of give him a little bell there, a little bit.
Cool.
Okay, hold on, Ken. I hear you on that. It's like practice versus the game. Come on now.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like we gotta divide the shit, because a lot of people be doing practice like it's the game.
But here's the thing though. Here's the loophole for those people though. Like for example, if I have a herding dog, right? I can post my videos online of my dogs herding my fucking sheep or my but if I can't post the game for an attack dog. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't share that online because that's some real world shit. So it's not like I have, my phone out while my dog is mauling an intruder and shit. So it's like for those type of dogs, for those situations, like that is the only way you really can showcase it, because it's like, because if the dog is actually doing his job, shit has hit the fan in that situation. At least in the attack portion, like, yeah, the deterrent portion, yeah, like my dog can bark and all that shit, but it's actually eating somebody, like that's probably a bad situation.
You already know I always got to give y'all the flip side, right? So
yeah,
the flip side is your dog is having fun, biting you in a suit, biting the sleeve, all the shit, doing that great. But then when they see a live bite, it's kind of confused because they don't really understand that, I don't see the big puffy jacket. I don't see the sleeve. Yeah. So and it bites, it bites the fucking, like we talked about, it bites the officer versus the perp. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a difference between, okay, yeah, your dog is having fun, because you got to think about it. I have dogs that like to bite shit. That doesn't mean it's going to do a live bite on a human.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
But there's no way to really test that. Now, how can you test that? How can there's no way to really just
situation.
No, you can test it if it's working. Cannon, remember we talked about the military dogs? Me and you was talking on the back street. We was talking our own shit.
Yeah.
if I'm selling dogs to the military, which I want to do it eventually, okay, my dogs just can't be great at biting sleeve. My dog need to be great at doing live bites. If my dog don't do the live bites like it did it, but it was biting the sleeve, they kicking that motherfucking dog out the military. It's not a working dog. That's a play dog. That's a toy dog.
But I'm saying, who are you gonna do a live bite on? I mean, I know they have those little like fake sleeves that look like an arm and shit like that. But I mean, how are you gonna put a dog on somebody real life?
Just
You
describe
know,
that.
like
We
A
just
good
described
decoy.
the difference. We just described the difference between a working dog. Now we're going to get into the performance dogs. Now we're about to get into the
okay.
performance. But we just talked about the working. The working dog is the dog that can do the job, regardless of what it is. Okay, if that
Hmm.
dog is good at biting the sleeve in practice and biting the human if necessary, then that dog does a job, right? Because practice relates to the game. But we know that's neither here or there. But now we're going to talk about the performance dogs. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood the difference between what is a working dog, and I think we done beat that, hit the hammer on the nail, and we done beat that shit in. So we ought to understand that. Now
Right.
let's get
Yeah.
into performance dog, okay? So I'm gonna allow you guys to elaborate on that, and we'll cook on that. So go ahead. Whoever wants to start first, go ahead. Performance
Go
dog.
ahead,
Hey, I
KJ.
will say on that man work, you can evaluate them dogs and find out without actually making them bite somebody. You can test their nerve, and one of the first steps is to give them the sleeve, and then see if they drop the sleeve and focus on the agitator, or if they
Oh
just want
yeah.
to play with it, or if they just want to play with that toy.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'll tell you a
Got to
whole
put them
bunch
in
right there.
situations. Put them in different situations
Yes.
where they
Yeah.
got to overcome.
You
Yeah,
have
and you can tell if you know dogs and you're working dogs, you can tell. Like
you
I've
have
been bit. I've been bit and I knew that the dog was gonna bite me. You know what I mean? And I've been around thousands of other dogs, never been bit.
yeah.
You can tell.
Some dogs though, they know they're not. I think somebody commented it. Some dogs know it's not the real thing, so they don't even really want to engage. They want the real. They want the
Help,
meat. They want the real arm if they're gonna engage in that.
I
Yeah.
especially if they already tasted the blood.
that's what I was about to say too, Reddy. That dog has to taste what a fleshly bite feel like and understand the concept in his mind of the difference. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
A lot of those dogs, as let's say, they call them the hot dogs, and the ones that they really want is them hot dogs, right? That yeah, they play with the sleeve and shit, but at the end of the day, those are the ones that they can't control damn near, where they over there biting the handler, and they like those are dogs that they want until them dogs is biting everybody.
Yeah.
Then it's
Some dogs.
we
Some
really
breeds are
don't want them
documented like that.
motherfuckers. They biting everybody and anybody at the end of the day, and not
Yep.
every dog is gonna bite the flesh like they gonna bite the sleeve.
Some
Correct.
breeds are documented to be like that. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back into the neo like we was before, but I have seen some comments and some statements from like trainers and people that do Schutzen. They say they're neos. Some of them don't want to do it, like I said, because they know they're not biting the real thing, and some will do it, but then they get so caught up in liking the bite that they'll bite anything at any time,
Right,
sleeve or not.
right, right. But like you said, Cannon, you can't show that. But like I said, I don't want people to think that because your dog is going crazy over the sleeve and the bite sloop, is it really that type level working dog? Like that's just deceiving as a motherfucker. I just don't want people to really buy into that like that's the holy grail, because sometimes dogs really just see it as a game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
Well,
what
yeah. I
about
mean, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but yeah, I mean, it goes even further than that. I mean, like, because you see like when you see like the European shit where like it's all pretty and they got the nice field and they send the dog out and then they yell and the dog comes right back, don't attack and everybody's applauding and shit. And that shit's great, but it's like, in a real situation, I mean, like the person's not gonna be hitting the dog with a little flexible stick. I mean, they're gonna be fighting for their life. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, like it
They're
in
gonna take
that
the minds
situation.
out.
I mean, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
and I will keep it 100. Like, a lot of people say like, oh, when the dog bites me, I would do this. and then you get bit, and then you just turn into a bitch. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
some people will
saying?
run away, and then you
But
tearing your arm up even more. Right.
but so you fight for your life, and the dog is biting you. You might fuck that dog up, and and like some dogs, you know, if you hurt them, they will stop.
Yeah, they'll
And
go.
then some you hurt them, they just gonna go harder. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like, but it's like these are things that it's really hard to test because like you can't, I'm sure most of the owners, I mean, I'm sure there's some people who are not, but most owners don't want you like beating the shit out of their dog.
Oh no.
While
Yeah.
they might get mad. You beat the shit out of their dog. You put a certain amount of pressure, but we can only go so far. Like if you train it for a fight, that's why you wear headgear and shit because you want to get fucked up before the fight. So it's the same thing, like, and then also you're only going to be able to do so much to the decoy to where it's unsafe, like it's not safe for them. Like, I mean, I'm sure decoys put them, put themselves on the line, but they're not just going to be taking live bites with no fucking gear on just so you can, be like, yeah, my
Not
dog
on
is solid.
purpose.
Yeah, not on purpose, you know what I'm saying? Here's my arm, let's go. Like it's funny, like on topic. I think I seen some shit on Instagram where some dude, like, I don't know if it was a crackhead or what, but he like paid this dude to fucking take a bite from his pit
Oh,
bull. The dude did it. Did you see that? Y'all
yeah.
seen that?
German Shepherd with the
I
black
think it was
German Shepherd, and
it
he
was
was letting him
black.
bite his arm and shit.
Was it a black guy who got
Yep,
bit?
yep,
Yeah,
yep.
yeah, 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 yeah. I couldn't remember if it was a
I
shepherd or a
seen
pit.
him take it
It
from
was
a
a
couple
shepherd. He was
different
black.
types
Yeah,
of
I remember
dogs,
that.
bro.
I
Yeah,
seen a
I was just
decoy get his
like,
lip pierced the other day.
ooh,
You said,
shit.
Yo, I was about to say, yeah, you can tell if the dog's gonna bite you. Like
Yeah,
if you got that suit on with the arm with the sleeve, and the dog goes straight for your face every
Yeah.
yeah.
time. That dog wants to bite you.
yeah, that dog wants to kill you.
Yes.
I know a
Yeah.
trainer. We pretty cool. Like I done talked to her on the phone and everything. She cold, man. Shout out High Level K9. I gotta say the name.
Get that
She
link. Go ahead, CDC. I'm sorry.
she has 3 Dogo Argentinos, and one of them, I'm not sure, I can't remember the name of the dog, but she's training it to be a face dog. Like all the sessions, straight face. Of course, she's got control of the dog though, but yeah, she's training to be a face dog.
Okay,
That's
so
crazy.
hold on, CDC. What does she do with her dogs? Because see, when I hear that type shit,
Uh,
unless you doing some military shit where you got diplomatically, like you're immune, like you're not gonna get sued for
She's
fucking
wilding.
for biting an op in the face.
right.
Police can't even have their dogs bite you in the face. Like what the fuck?
Yeah, that's a good point. That is a great point. I know, of course, the dog's not biting nobody in the face in that moment, like with the training. But I think she does, what is it? Praise them for going towards the face. But yeah, I mean that won't look good if you get sued. Though, you got a great point there. I might actually talk to
Yeah.
her about that. Now that you bring
Yeah,
that
that's
up,
crazy. That's fucking crazy.
and it's a
Bruh.
dogo too. That's you gonna kill somebody.
Yeah, because that dog doesn't have to go far to get to the face.
No,
You know what I'm saying? He's
Right.
just standing up on his hind legs.
and he right there.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah,
Man,
that could be a serious liability. But I mean, honestly, if a dog bites anybody, you're pretty much fucked. You know what I'm saying? Like, like if your dog bites someone or they ain't supposed to bite them, yeah, you're fucked. You know what I'm saying? You $500,000 $1 million lawsuit. Easy.
hey Cannon, even if
Mhm.
your dog had a right based off of property intrusion to bite somebody, they can still sue your ass.
Yeah, yeah. And
And
that and that's part of the reason why I'm not like so much into like all the attack training and all that other shit. Like I did that shit when I was a kid. I had some close calls when I was a kid with the dog. I think we talked about it on his on Catch's podcast. I had some close calls when I was a kid with my Rottweilers that I had back when I was a teenager. I'm kind of over all that shit because I'm like, bro, I don't want to lose my house and all, my livelihood because
I
the
don't
dog
want to do
fucking
promotion, but y'all go check out that
Wow.
episode. That little Cannon Bulldog.
because my dog did bit somebody. So I kind of like, I'm not really into all of that shit. My thing is that the dog, I got guns, big guns, small guns, multiple calibers. You bark, you let me know somebody's here, I'll handle the rest. You know what I'm saying? That's how I see it. I mean, I kind of would like to have maybe just one really fucking mean ass dog that'll bite people, but I'm just like, as long as they bark and let me know, I'm good, because that shit's just too much, man.
You
It's
don't
too
need
much. If
liability, man.
It's a lot.
yeah,
That you know what I'm saying?
yeah,
The dog is a
yeah,
deterrent at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? Unless we can,
yeah,
unless you're
yeah,
competing with some type of IPO level type shit, you're competing, that's fine. But see, that's a competition sport dog. That's not an attack dog.
Right.
yeah.
Or like you try to do what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get my level type dogs into the military where if they die, they gonna be held in a high regard. If they bite somebody, I'm not gonna get sued. They're gonna get awarded. It's like having to kill and shit.
They're gonna be like, I want more of them shit.
I get a
Yeah.
Send me more.
Yeah.
on my record for my dog.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're biting. They're biting. They're not biting people. They're biting combatants.
They're not biting citizens and shit where the
Yeah,
citizens
Wow.
police
you're
department and shit.
you're a combatant. It's on a battlefield, so you don't have the rights to sue shit. You're a combatant.
Exactly. So I'm gonna get patted on the back. I'm gonna get awarded and fucking praised for
Yeah.
fight motherfuckers.
Yeah. They're gonna be like, send me more, coach.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna say.
Yeah.
Hey, you done lost another one of your dogs, man. We need about another 10 of them. Can you bring them on through? Sure. And then
Yeah.
if the dog dies in the line of duty, it's an honorable death to me. They wasn't dying in the pit. And hold on. Let's get back to the performance now. Let's
There
get
we
back
go.
on topic. So now we're gonna talk about a performance dog, and I want y'all to, elaborate on what is a performance dog. Who want to start? Who want to lead off? Let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead. Come on.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna go too strong. I don't want to start off. So
Okay, I'll
I'll
go.
say-
Like so.
Damn.
Oh, go ahead, bro. Go.
you want me to go?
I guess I'd say that'd be like a dog for the field test trials, like the hunting dogs or racing dogs, sports, like sports.
Okay. I like that.
Yeah.
That's it. Ready? You got more? That's it?
Go ahead, guys.
Okay. Go ahead. Who's next?
All right, so I would say like performance dog. That's not really a term that like is generally used to describe anything. I don't think. Like I hear sporting dog, but I don't hear hunting dog. But no one's really used that term, a performance dog. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think it really. I don't want to say it doesn't mean anything, but it doesn't have like a recognizable,
Working wood.
yeah, like working dog or sporting dog.
Sporting.
So it doesn't really like ring for me. But if I were to use that, I would say it's just. I mean, because there's a lot of this shit is like semantics and synonyms. So it's like for me, it's just a dog that's like highly capable, like a dog that's athletic, can run, jump, do shit, at probably a higher level than the average dog can.
Right.
It doesn't have to be a specific. It could be any dog. It's just a dog that's very athletic and can perform. And performing could be multiple things. You know what I mean? It could be
Shit.
yeah, running, jumping. It could be scent work. Is performing in some capacity.
Yeah.
But it could be like I would just say it's interchangeable with sporting dog, because you could say the same thing for a sporting dog. A sporting dog is a dog that's competing in some form of sport, which would mean the dog would have to be somewhat fucking athletic to do a sporting competition. So it's really just another word for sporting dog to me. Actually, now when I think about it, yeah.
Yeah. That's great.
Dog that performs on a task.
Yeah.
Who's next?
I
And
think
sorry. And one thing that I would like to say too is that like all working dogs should be performance dogs,
Ah,
but all performance dogs are not working dogs.
I
Oh,
there we go.
damn it. That's good, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
I
what I
think
was waiting for.
come on, CDC. You
I
next.
think performance when we get into performance, the sport I think is the first thing that really comes to mind. Like Shannon said. But I don't know. I think I want to put protection like a protection dog in that same group. Like you said, even a police dog, they're performing the task that they've been asked of. And I don't want to get too much into what I would say high performance is,
We're not
but
there yet.
the police dogs are. I mean, people. I know people that line breed for police dogs, like that have been proven. So I think that would be like a police dog would be a performance dog, a protection like a dog that's been uh trained since it was a puppy to be a protection dog or be able to succeed as a protection dog. I think that's a performance dog, maybe even a high performance dog if it's real good at it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. We cooking. What about you, K man?
Well, it's hard. The more they break it down, the more these terms all blend together. But first I was leaning towards performance dog is like a dog that works at a high level where you're doing like what Reddy said. You're competing against other dogs.
Right. Yeah. 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 Everything that y'all said was tied in together because all of them is like you were saying, Ken. It's like it's damn near semantics to a degree, but there is specific as well, right? We simplified the working dog, which makes sense to us. Simplified, the dog has a job, right? A performance dog is a dog that is bred to perform at a level,
Uh-huh.
right? Performance. So my example of that is the game dog.
Yeah.
The
Tell-
game dog was bred to perform a specific task in competition.
See, I was gonna put them at high performance.
Well,
Yeah, that's kind of
high
yeah.
performance is another level than
Yeah, it's another level.
it's even higher than the game. See, we're getting ahead of ourselves. We got
Okay, go ahead. My bad. I ain't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. Go
yeah,
ahead.
you got to keep it simple first. Now, remember, performance is one aspect of to perform, right? To perform.
Mhm.
Not saying you performing multiple tasks. All you got to do is perform at a high level. When you say performance, that is a high level of what you're doing in a sport. So my definition of that is what they was calling game dogs back in the day. Those dogs was performing a task, fighting, winning,
Yeah.
being game in the box at a high level. Those dogs was bred to perform a task,
Yeah.
whatever that might be. Those dogs wasn't working. Those dogs were performing in a ring like a boxer,
Yep.
like a wrestler. Like
But I would say that would be more like sport though. I wouldn't say that's really. That's more like a
That is
sporting dog.
that
It's a
is
sport. It's a sport.
a
Right.
performance.
It's like racing.
Hold on. Now we're playing semantics now. Okay.
No, not really. Not really, because I mean the fighting is literally a sport. It's a match. So that's a sport. That's a game.
fact.
They call them game dogs. It's a sport. So that's literally why they called it Sporting Dog Journal, because it was
What kind of sport is it?
fighting. Fighting is a sport.
Hold on, though. Any
Is-
sport where you doing something in front of the audience is a performance sport, is it not?
Yeah, performance sport match.
Right.
Is it not a
I
performance?
went right to cars. As
So
soon as
now-
you
I mean,
said high
that-
performance,
Performance.
I went right to cars and car racing with my analogies.
Okay.
But performing. I mean, performance. That's just derivative of the word perform. that's just an adjective. You could say I performed anything. I mean, at the end of the day, they were that was a sport. That was their sport. It was a sport they were doing. So I mean, I do think that we are getting like you said, a little semantic-y. The thing is, for me, like when you have like different levels and stuff, like I guess from being in the military, I like to be able to quantify things, right? So if I say this, I mean, I don't want to get ahead, but if I say this is this type of dog, okay, then these criteria have to be met, or these, it needs to do this, this, and this. And then for it to be this type of dog, it needs to be this, this, and this. But if you say like, I need the dog to perform at a high level or
Oh
a
yeah,
very high
Yeah,
level, like what does that
that
mean? You know what
doesn't
I'm
really
saying? Like,
make sense.
that's what we talking
yeah,
about.
like,
So it's like
yeah,
it
Watch
got to
this
be
though.
like tier based, basically, like tier based.
Yeah, but watch this though. So
yeah, break
you
it
have
down.
game dogs. Watch this. When you have game dogs and they performing you have these performance game dogs, right? You're not gonna really call them sporting dogs because most of the times you performing to the end of the match when it could be death. When you're doing sport dogs, there's a level, there's rules, and then there's also a referee that's not gonna allow you to go to the fucking end of the death. So if I'm playing sports, right? Everybody at the end of the sporting game can fucking leave at the end of the sporting match fucking alive. In a performance agenda where we have these performance game dogs, they can fight to the end of the performance, which could be death.
No, I mean they don't always fight to the death. I mean, like they literally call them game dogs and sporting like that's literally what they call them. They have rules for the dog fight. There's a whole Cajun rule set. It's a
I
sport.
don't hear them
It's
call game dogs sporting dogs, man. I don't hear that.
Yes, they do. There's literally a magazine for pit bulls called Sporting Dog Journal. Like,
No, I've heard of
It's a
that.
sporting dog journal, but at the end of the day, when they talk about breeding game dogs, they're more or less. I hear more of the term performance game dogs than sporting game dogs. That's what I.
no, they just call them sporting dogs, and they also call them game dogs. But a game is a sport. A game that's what it was. It's a game. It's a sport.
A cannon bulldog. That's not why they call them game dogs.
Right. They're called game dogs because they're gameness.
Yeah, exactly. They don't call them game dogs.
I mean, I get that, but
There's a difference.
there's literally a magazine called Sporting Dog Journal. For
Yeah,
pit
it is a
bulls.
sport. They do call it a sport. Cockfighting's a sport, but
But it's a difference. It's like this. Schützen is a sport. Me dock diving a dog is a sport. But there's a difference between when you say I'm breeding performance dogs versus sporting dogs. There's a difference.
Dog fighting was a sport in the 60s, though, wasn't it?
There's a difference when you speak that because if I'm doing sport, then that's
anything you do
that's
for entertainment's a sport. Really.
a combat sport in a sense. Okay, with let's say game dogs where you can die. Okay, there's a difference between that. That's not necessarily a regular sport. If you want to like I said, we didn't say semantics, but at the reality, like when you breed a dog to perform a task, my dog is a game dog to perform a task, whether it lives or die. That's to perform that. That's a performance dog. Versus my dog is here to do a sport. It is not here to not here to die. It's here to just play the game and follow the rules or whatever it is. Then okay, we got the sports side of it. Then we got the performance side of it. So
I think those words are synonymous. I mean we could agree to disagree, but I think those words mean the same thing. I don't think like there's like a real delineation between the terms that you're using. Like they can be easily interchanged and mean the exact same thing.
Use
Like
different words for it.
yeah, it can, but that's why we talk about the difference because there is truly a difference. Because if you're here to sport and you're here to play and have fun in games, that's different. But if you're here to perform a task to live or die, that's not a sport.
Yeah, that's the illegal side.
That's different. If I'm here to perform a
But
task, I come out
But
or not.
but if I'm dock diving if I'm wall climbing, I'm still performing at everything. Everything is still a performance. That's still a thing a performance dog does, and that's why pit bulls excel at all those things because they're all performance dogs. So like it's just you're just performing at different tasks. Like it's just different stuff. I mean,
Correct. Correct. There you go.
Yeah.
There you
so it's
go.
all it's but fighting is a sport. It literally
Yeah,
has a
it is
rule book.
it is a
It
sport.
has a rule book. So it's like you can't say
Hunting's a
that dog
sport.
fighting wasn't a sport. It's literally has a rule book.
No,
A
I'm not
rule book.
saying it's not a sport, but we're talking about
Yeah.
a performance dog. See, that's why I wanted to talk about this. What
Mhm.
is your what are you set to perform to do? Are you perform to fight to the death? Are you performing to just fucking entertain your fucking audience by catching a duck diving shit and see how long you jump and how high you jump? That's what we
I
talking
mean, you could do either. You could do either. I mean, like performance is performance.
Correct.
I mean, I can, whatever I'm bred to do. That's what a performance dog is. It can perform at whatever you want it to perform at doing. Like because you could take a game bred fighting dog and it can perform at other tasks too. It's not like it can only do that one thing. So I don't know. I don't know. It seems like we're kind of
Semantics.
like it's semantics. Yeah, that's what I said. It's like we're kind of talking in circles. To me,
No,
that's how it
that's what I
seems to
said.
me.
It's semantics. You know what I mean? It
Yeah.
could mean either way, either or, but that's why we talking
Mhm.
about it so that the dog world or us dogmen who think about this shit can understand and comprehend. That's why we talking about it tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's two and damn near the same, but it just depends on what level that you want your dog to perform specifically. That's why performance is
Hmm.
what is that dog set to perform to do? That's pretty much what a performance dog is. It could be anything. It doesn't have to be a job. It could be whatever it might be. Catch this goddamn fucking, like you said, duck dive. That's not a job. That's a game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? So that's why I wanted us to
Hmm.
touch on it so that we can break down the difference because a lot of people don't know the difference between a working dog, a performance dog / if you want to say sporting dog, right?
Hmm.
The difference. A lot of people don't comprehend these things. That's why we cooking on this tonight. So what you say it makes sense. What the panel is saying what makes sense. But a lot of people don't comprehend this type of conversation. They might think it all wraps in the same shit.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. So then what? Well, go ahead. Go ahead. I want to because you're
Oh,
about to
go ahead,
go to
go
the
ahead,
next
Ken. Go
level.
ahead. I
No,
mean,
no. No. I want you to go ahead because you're coming in with the next criteria classification. So I
yes.
want you to drop that so we can talk about that.
Okay, so then now there's levels to the shit.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Hmm.
why we wanted to talk about these three different level of dogs that do a job per se or do some type of level of work. That's why I wanted to cook tonight because when we talk about the next level up, which is a high level of performance, to me, this is like where you really get into the bag. And you really have to use your mind and say, what is the definition of a high performer? Working dog. See, make sure you saw how I put
Yeah.
a working dog, then a performance dog, then a high performance working dog. You see how I did that shit?
Yep.
Okay. So, being that I did it in that type of way, I want you guys to cook. But now, understand this, Cannon. I want y'all to cook on this shit. So everything that come out of all y'all's mouth, even in the chat, we want this type of conversation. Nobody is wrong. Okay.
Yeah.
What we doing is trying to make it collectively make sense because that's what we do in the classroom. We make it
Yeah. Yeah.
make sense so that now we say, oh, I didn't think of it that way. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Oh, it all does make sense. Oh, it's damn near semantics. All this shit is that people don't think about because they don't use their brain. No, can't remember we were
Yeah.
be in your comment section talking stupid.
Yep.
Okay, because they don't think like we thinking. Because they're not in the classroom, they're not here to learn. So how we communicating and why we got this panel, why we got the chat, why we got the topic is because we want all the ideas to come through so that we can have collective understanding of this shit. You know what I mean? So I digress. Excuse me, I digress. You know what I mean? What y'all got to say about a high performance working dog? What is that?
So a high performance dog, working dog is basically when you creating the dog, you bring in two working performance dogs together, blending them together to create a higher performance working dog that's gonna do the task no matter what. It's gonna do any task and excel at it at a higher rate, a superior rate than any other dog in its class. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that'll be like AK with the Belgian Malinois. That's gonna be a high performance working dog, basically. Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else, man? Let's keep cooking.
Well, Reddy kind of hit on it a little bit, but I think a high performance working dog. I mean, some of these breeds now we have, I think, can really, not all, of course, and not all the dogs within these breeds, but I think some can really be called high performance working dogs, where it comes natural to them, like the South African Boerboel. Not all, some of those dogs you can sit them on that property and then they will steer away coyote or predators, and they will, and this is natural. A lot of these dogs won't. I've talked to breeders, their dogs perform that task without any training. South African Boerboel will deter, like I said, coyotes, bears, um make sure
Instinct.
nobody gets into the property or onto the property, and they do this naturally. I think those are high performance working dogs, where it comes natural. It's been bred into them. Those traits have been bred on top of each other for set amount of years, and then the stock comes out and you sit them on the property. Of course, you instill what you want, boundaries and things you want them to do and not to do, but those dogs complete some of those tasks and most of those tasks naturally.
Okay.
And then I think working line, when we get into the working line, that's like highest of the high, I think. And I said it a little bit before. Police dogs, those are great examples of dogs that have been bred on top of dogs that have. I mean, how many ever bombs found, men apprehended in a building, uh, bites, and catching holds on whatever, on whoever man or whatever. The same thing with catch dogs. You that dog is caught, I don't know, 100 boar in his lifetime, 50 boar in his lifetime. Mother and father did the same thing. And you just line breed on top of that and create that line of superior dogs within their line of work. I think that is a superior high performance working dog.
Don't forget the LGDs.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Yeah,
Yeah,
they've
'cause
been
you,
bred.
I
yeah,
Yeah.
wanted
you
to say
started out
one more
describing
thing.
those.
I wanted to say one more thing. A high performance working dog is a dog with no off button. Boom. I'm done.
Okay.
I don't know about that. We don't want no liability.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
That's that high performance.
Go ahead.
That's
Man.
high. That's high sue. High. That's a high amount of money spent.
Well, there can be different versions of high performance.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
K-Man.
it can.
Cook,
Yeah,
K-Man.
yeah. You can have your
It
top
can.
fuel dragster. You can have, you know what I mean. You can have all your different versions of high performance.
You can't handle.
What's your definition of that, Caveman?
Oh, it's that next level. You know, that elite that stands above the crowd. The winners. You know, the head turners. I always go back to cars. You know what I mean. You got your working vehicles that you use for work or to get back and forth to work. You got your performance vehicles, and then you got your high performance. You know, your serious race cars.
Ooh,
That everybody's watching.
Yeah. What about you, Cannon?
So for me, like I would say a high performance working dog doesn't really exist because it has to be something that you can quantify. So like for me, everything that everybody said was just something that's like an opinion. So you're saying like you're just interchanging words. Like you
It's
even
not if
said,
you're testing them. There's
well,
percentages.
let me finish. So like Ketch said, like a superior high performance working dog. Like what do those words mean? You know what I'm saying? Like you have there has to be a threshold that has to be met. And it can't just be for attack dogs. It can't just be for. It has to be some type of threshold that can go across all breeds, where you can say this makes a dog a high performance working dog. You know, and you
I
even
see what
said
you're
like
saying.
your criteria was like, oh, the dog can do this by itself without any training. So, which that's actually like that makes sense. Like if you say to me, a high performance working dog is a dog can do all this shit with me not having to train it at all.
Right.
Then you like I could be like, okay,
That's
that's
a
a definition.
That's an
But
instinctual.
Right. Just like if I
that's a
treat 8 coon in the night and you treat 3, that's high performance.
then yeah, okay, boom. Then that's the criteria. But just saying, oh, this dog can just perform better than the because here's the thing, right? What's the criteria for a working dog? The dog, like a working dog who does his job, right? So,
Right.
and essentially, the working dog should be able to do everything the high performance dog can do.
It's
So,
level
like, what?
to it.
Not true
Oh,
though.
okay, it's levels. Okay, so look, okay, a intruder comes in my house, tries to
No.
attack my kids. My working German Shepherd attacks the guy, subdues him. Okay, what the fuck is the high performance working dog? It attacks and subdues him. So like, what's the
Track him for
difference?
30 miles.
But we don't. He doesn't need to be tracked with her. He's attacked him and subdued him. So like, what is the high performance dog going to do different than the other dog? You see, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you have a threshold, but then like, what is
What is
like
the levels? What is the
like
level?
like like for example, you said high performance cars. I'm into cars too. I have all kinds of fucking cars, and it's like if we're talking about if we're saying like, hey, performance car is a car that can do a 12-second quarter mile. I have a Corvette that does 12-second quarter mile. I have a piece of shit car too that does a 12-second quarter mile because I, have whatever engine swap I threw in there. Both cars can do a 12-second quarter mile. So what the fuck? Now, can this car do 12-second quarter mile, back to back to back to back to back 20 times without breaking down? Then now that's a different criteria.
Right.
Maybe my shit box
Yeah.
car can't do that.
Right.
But you see what I'm saying? So there has to be some type of criteria like where this makes the cut versus just saying, oh, this dog is great. Oh, this dog is on another level. Oh, this dog is superior. Like all that doesn't mean shit because that's all just opinions. It has to be like, show
Right.
dog versus competing. This dog is awesome, or this dog did this. It did XYZ. You see what I'm saying? So that's why it's hard for me to like really say like, oh, because then after you say high performance, okay, what's the ultra high performance working dog? What's the mega high performance working dog? You see what I'm saying? Like you can just
Yeah.
say shit. You can, and it don't mean nothing unless there's a criteria, that goes across the
I don't know
board.
why you keep saying that. There is a criteria. There's tests in all these sports. There's degrees. There's trophies. There's points. All that exists. You can set your two dogs on the ground and see who's got the performance dog.
Okay, but those are for like okay, yeah, but when are those things say what are those titles on it say high performance working dog? It doesn't say that on the sheet.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's
The
you might be
dictionary
IP.
does. Look at Webster says. Look up the word performance, maybe.
No, high
I
performance
don't know why
working
we're
dog.
arguing about terms when obviously there's different levels of dogs and there's high performance dogs that outperform other dogs.
And
But that's a
why we're
general
arguing about the
term.
dictionary.
But that's a general term. Like if you're saying this term means something, then that has to have a meaning. It means something. Just saying my dog outperformed another dog, it doesn't
Yeah.
outperform all dogs. It doesn't outperform my dog might outperform this dog, but doesn't outperform this other dog. So like I don't know. I was in the military for 24 years. terms had meanings and things had to be quantified to mean something. Like if I'm evaluating a soldier, I don't just say, "Hey, this soldier was a great guy. He was awesome." No, I say he did this many. He shot this many times in his marksmanship thing. He did this X, Y, and Z. He saved the army this many dollars. So
Right.
so he deserves to be promoted to this
Right.
level. Like
Right.
that's what I'm saying. Like
Yes.
a term has to mean something. Otherwise, I don't know. That's just how I see it. Like that's my opinion.
Saying right. Y'all say listen, everybody
Yeah.
is saying
It's
things correct.
saying the
That's why
right thing.
panel
Yes.
is so important because collectively you guys are saying pieces to the puzzle that will eventually make sense once we put it all together. So what you saying, Cannon, is 1,000% correct. What you saying, Caveman, you CDC, you ready, you guys in the chat, what you guys are thinking is correct. But see, now we're defining these things. That's why we cooking tonight in the classroom. We're defining a working dog. We're defining a performance dog. Now we're defining a new level, right? Which is what I want to elaborate with you guys because that's what I predicate my whole vision of my program on is high performance. Now, I had to define that what you was talking about, Cannon. What justifies that? What defines that to me as someone who cooks up what I call high performance or Formula One level performance canines? Now, how
Yeah.
I think in the lab is when I think of performance, I think of a job that performs at a high level. That's me performance. That's a job, a performing dog. That's one task, which is hard enough as it is to get a dog to perform at a decent level to be a performance dog at a job, right? Your dog can do the job, but it could be a mediocre fucking working dog, right? But it does the job. Or your dog can perform at his job and based off of, hey, he's a performer, you think, okay, he does a good job. Because when somebody says he performs good on the job, then you say, okay, he must do enough to where it's good enough. That's a performer. One task, one dog, multiple dogs, one task, one job. Now, me, I think as a whole, I think as the circle, a high performer is a dog, to me, in my mind, that can do multiple things. Now, my concept of my dogs is frames, brains, motors. That means me as a dog man, I got to make sure that frame I put on that dog is functional enough to do multiple jobs. That's my concept in my mind. It's just not a show frame that look good. That's got to be a functional frame that can handle impact, that can handle fucking duration of fucking running. I think about everything, but the whole frame. Now we talk about the brain. That dog can't be a one-trick pony like a game dog, where I'm inbreeding, line breeding to where all I wanted to do was be game enough to fucking forget about self-preservation, fight until you die. Okay, that's one aspect of a performing dog for me. Now I don't need that. I need a dog that can think. I don't want a dog to just fight himself until death. I need that dog to fucking play defense, offense. Maybe have to fucking, do a little prowl type of thing to get his prey. I like a thinking dog, so I got to make sure that brain is a high level thinker. Okay, then I need to have that motor to have an on-off switch. I know you said ready, the dog don't need to have an off switch, but I disagree with that. That's just my opinion, but this is me and my concept of making high performance dogs, because that dog need to know when to turn it on, when to hit the NOS button, when to cool the fuck off, right? When to calm the fuck down. Okay, that dog needs to understand all that, even though it might have a V12 engine. Okay,
Right.
that's it. Now watch this though. Now we talk about defining these things. Now, the only way you can define these things is you put your dogs to the test to do multiple things. Okay. Now, a military dog, like when we were talking about Cannon, like what I want to do, that dog has to do multiple things to be a special force qualified dog.
Yeah.
Period. It just can't bite. It just can't protect. It just can't do sit. It's got to be able to do a multiple of things at a high level, just like what you were saying, Kenny, you 24 years in the military. Okay, you have to be at a high level to be in special forces, whether it be Navy SEALs, Rangers, whatever, Green Berets. You got to perform multiple things at a high level to even qualify for that.
Yep.
So for us making these dogs at a high performance working dog level, we have to cook dogs that are multifaceted and perform at a high level at multiple things. It might only be 2 things. It might only be 3 things. But to me, if the dog can perform multiple things at a high level, not at just at a regular level, but at a high level, that is a high performance dog. Now you just said mega performance. I mean, that's we moving the goalposts now. Like real shit. But at the same time, there are great performance dogs. Whether you perform at this task, that task, this task, that's already in existence. There's very few high performance dogs. And I want to
So you're, by your definition then, or what you're looking at is not how good they perform at this task, but they can perform multiple tasks.
at a high level.
At
It
a
has
high
to be a
level.
high level. It can't be no, you can just perform multiple tasks and you average. That's not what we talking about, because that's not, I'm not getting my dogs in those special forces doing average work. Like, come on, it's a competition. When you anything performance based is competition. We know that.
But see, yeah, but again, all those are things that are relative, because what's high performance to you might be low to somebody else, and vice versa. Yeah,
Okay, I got to
yeah,
interject. If
yeah.
I'm
Go ahead.
performing and competing, first of all, let's say if I want a military contract and I got my dogs and I'm competing
Mhm.
with all kind of dogs all over the world, just because my dogs perform at a level don't mean I'm gonna get accepted, because I got to compete with all the other dogs that perform at a level. So if I say my
Mhm.
dogs can perform at these 3 tasks at a great level, let's say I say my dogs are high performance, I still have to compete. I still have to compete with other people who have those dogs that can perform those 3 tasks at a high level. So it's not just subjective to what I'm thinking. No, my dog has to compete at a high level to get that contract. So a high performance dog has to be elite, just like we see in sports. You got all
Mhm.
these players that play on all these different colleges, and then all these higher ups is analyzing these players. They're all elite, but
Who's the best out of
until they compete, I take the best ones that I see that got, let's say, those 10 attributes that I want in my quarterback. I'm taking, let's say, the best of those 10, the best of those athletes that show me those 10, and I make them compete. When they compete,
So
that level is a high performance. You compete at a high level and you win. That's a high performance dog. But at the same time, hold on. At
yeah,
the
go
same
ahead.
time, your criteria has to meet that threshold to even compete. But it has to be at a high level, multiple attributes. It just can't be one thing that you do at a high level. It has to be multiple things that you do at a high level so that you can compete and be labeled as a high performance working dog. That's how I see it.
But then again, what is a high level? You see what I'm saying? Because that's my question. Because what I would say is, in my opinion, like when I start thinking about it, because I'm really thinking about this stuff, because we can say things, but things need to be defined. And so when I think about a high level, and if I think about how like they would test the dog, it would have to be like, because yeah, there's attacking and stuff, right? But it's not just that. So there's also scent detection and patrol and yada yada yada. So the only way you can quantify these things is by time or by quantity itself. So when I say by time, it's like, hey, here's some drugs in a room. How fast can your dog find the drugs? You see what I'm saying? There's 4 bombs in this room. Can your dog find all 4 bombs in 1 minute? You see what I'm
Problem
saying?
solving.
So that's how you can quantify, because like what I'm like, you can't just say high level. I need my dogs to compete at a high level. Like, what is a high level? That's my thing. Like, for me to wrap my brain around it, like you have to have a actual criteria, and it's usually either timed or it's a quantity. Like, okay, he needs to subdue 4, attackers, intruders within this allotted amount of time, or
Yes,
how many attackers can he subdue in this amount of time? Because
yes.
otherwise, like if the dog is just hitting the scene, I really like the way he bit that guy. Like that doesn't
No,
mean
that's
anything.
not it. No, that's
Yeah,
not it.
it has to be quantified. Like he was caveman was talking about, oh well, there's all these different ways that you can do these tests with the dogs, but those are all quantified as well. Like they write down like your results from the test, like it's an actual test. So it's like all these things have to be quantified in order for you to like have a label that actually means something, like
Correct.
that's just the way I look at
You're
it.
right.
If you're trying to test a dog or give a dog a specific label, because it just don't really mean anything, because I could, like you see, like we said, we could say, all right, I bring in 100 dogs, and okay, there's 5 bombs in here, and this dog only found 2 bombs. So I mean, 2 bombs is good, but that's not great. Whereas
Yeah,
I bring in this other dog, this nigga found, all 5 bombs in
right,
2 seconds. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
right.
that's a
Yeah,
cut above all the other dogs that, and so that dog would be like, yeah, this is the one right here.
right. I feel
So
like we're debating the obvious that we all agree on.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And that's why we're talking about it, because see, this is the difference between what I think of it as. A performer performs at a high level at one task. You performed a job at a high
Hmm.
level, you're a performer, great performer, right? Cool, great.
Hmm.
But we're talking about a high performance dog. That means that dog performs great at multiple things.
Hmm.
Okay, that means it's a well-rounded dog, which makes it a
Yeah.
high performer. That's all I'm saying. Now, like you said,
Yeah.
get specific on the test that defines it. That's subjective to whatever the test is. However, we know as a whole, what we see as a high performer is a dog that's not a one-trick. This is my concept. The dog is not a one-trick pony. It just doesn't just do good at one task. It does great at all of them, which
Maybe
is
you
hard.
just need to
Yeah.
It's
change
hard.
your terminology from high performance to champions or something.
No, because high performance is at the highest level. Like just like Cannon was saying, like, bro, that's like he said, which dog can find the bomb the fastest? Or which dog, I got 20 bombs out there. Most dogs only find 5 of them, but this dog found all 20 of them. What we gonna label him? We're gonna label him a high performer versus 5 is good, because most dogs can only find 2. You know what I mean? Like we're gauging the ladder based off of the complication. Like Michael Jordan versus LeBron and shit. Okay.
And the only like issue that I have, like, because I would like a term like that to where it could apply to all breeds, or all types of dogs, like, because we're using, like, the military working dog type situation, but what if we're talking about dachshunds and shit? Like, what's a high performance dachshund? Oh, can it get just badgers, or can it get all types? You know what I'm saying? Like it's or herding dogs. Like, oh, I mean, because what are
Yep,
the multitude of tasks that are herding dog? I mean, it
yep. And they
keeps
test
away
them
the
too.
That high performance
predators,
for the
keeps away
dog.
the predators, or So it's just like I'm trying to think how that could apply to all
They
working
test
dogs.
all that.
Yes,
Absolutely.
exactly what Caveman
Mhm.
said. Yep. You test it. You would test that with a dachshund, and you would have a competition to gauge who is a great performer versus who is a high performer. It's levels of,
Mhm.
like I said, it's like Kobe, LeBron, Michael Jordan. Okay, it's subjective to what you think is who's the best. But if we go look at this, we look at the championships, we gotta go with who we gotta go with. Okay, so then yes,
Yeah.
all great dogs, or excuse me, they're all great performers, whoever it might be, but who got the most fucking championships? Who showed like that's how we gotta think, and that's what we say. Okay, yes, you're a great performer. Yes, you a Hall of Famer, but who's the GOAT? So that's why we got to put high performer, because we're not we haven't even, first of all, we talking about working dogs, and then we talk about performance dogs. There's not many top tier performance dogs out there to begin with. So now that whole level, even how I'm thinking with my program, high performance, I'm over there in fucking dreamland. I'm just keeping it real with you guys as a dog man. I'm in dreamland doing concepts. I haven't produced a high performance working dog yet. I have an idea of it, but I haven't produced it yet. What I mean by that, I haven't tested it to the level of my scrutiny, like what you were saying, Kenan. Okay. I haven't said, okay, there's a dog. Let's say, for example, I built a dog that's bigger, stronger, and faster than the standard game dog. Well, I'm not in an arena to prove that. Now, if I was in an arena where that was legal, then I'm going to have to prove that to the world. I can't just say that shit. My concept can say it, but my reality of the test that we talking about, like what you're saying, how do we make that, translate into the definition of high performance? How can we define that through an actual task that the dog does to say that's a high performance working dog, or that dog don't qualify as a high performance working dog? That dog is a mediocre working dog. We don't have that yet. But based off of what we're talking about, we have the concept of what that might be, whether it be a badger type hunting dog, whatever, a fox hunting dog, a hound dog, or a military type dog.
Yeah.
The military, I use that as an example because they do that type of testing before they select their dogs.
Yeah.
Have you ever watched the border collie competitions?
Yeah.
The herding, that's some badass shit there.
High performance.
That's high performance. That's a display of what a good dog can be right there. Yep. Badass little critters.
So that is performing its task at a high level. But like I said, I want to take it a step further than that, because one thing about dogs, we know that when you train in dogs, they learn by reps. You got certain dogs that's very comprehensive to understand what you're teaching them and what drives them, and they're motivated by that. And dogs like reps, right? They love it. They love it. Do it again, daddy, do it again. Especially they love it. So a lot of these dogs, they're very smart. I wouldn't say a lot of them. Let's say half. They're smart enough to comprehend the game. With those collies, those herding dogs, they understand the game and they motivated by the game. So the more they do it, the better they get. Now, if you're able to take that dog and take it outside of its normal concept of its game and what it likes, and it can take that same drive, that same ability, and do it in other things at a high level, then, shit, that's where we're raising the bar. You know what I'm saying? We're raising the bar a whole nother level. And that's why I say with the high performance working dog, I feel that, yes, if you have a dog that's breed specific and you train it enough, it can perform better than the average fucking dog that just does it here or there, right? Because you're putting in the time, the effort. It's like an athlete with talent that has a fucking shitty coach or has a great coach.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, sometimes you have those dogs that have that ability, that's natural talent, and then they have a dog man like myself or a dog man like any of you guys in the chat or in the panel that takes that talent of that dog and that genetic prowess of that dog and make it even better. Now that dog is doing other shit. Like I seen some shit on not Facebook, but IG, where they had a Malinois on doing this crazy ass obstacle course. I know y'all seen that shit. That motherfucker walking on some damn tight ropes and shit, blindfolded and doing all kind of extra shit. I'm like, what the fuck? That is a high performance motherfucking working dog, because it's doing multiple things that, let's say, the Malinois ain't really expected to do. Why I need my Malinois walking a tightrope and shit, or doing all this other shit that this guy got this dog is doing? Well, he done took that dog and made it a high performance working dog, because now that dog can do all kind of other shit where it's like, damn, that dog is known to do this, but then that dog's doing all kind of other shit that most of them other Malinois can't do. So it's based off of levels, right? Working, performing, high performing. And then it's based off of what is your criteria for those levels. And then when you say high performance, I need that dog. This is me. I need my dogs to do multiple things at a high level, not just as an average level. I need my dogs to be able to think about what I'm teaching it to perform to please me at a high level. Not like, oh, daddy, that's not fun for me. I'm cool with that, but I like this though, daddy. I'm cool with that one, daddy, but Let's go and do that, Daddy. I need my dogs to understand, like, look, whatever I put in your fucking mind to do, you want to please, and you driven based off of this motivational, whatever, this carrot, this ball. I need you to do that at a high level, all of them. That's hard to do. Okay, that's hard to do. So understand that there's levels to this. I want you guys to understand that there is levels. There is a criteria that's based off of who makes the criteria, who creates the competition to understand and comprehend the level and make sure that, okay, based off of this dog's performance of this level, if it passed, it's considered high. If it doesn't pass, it's considered okay, because we made it hard for the dog. We're not doing high performance ain't easy. That's why not every dog qualifies and gets that label.
Yeah.
So that's why we comprehended and we talking about this type of, this concept of these type of working type dogs, because a lot of people throw around these words and shit, and they dogs ain't nowhere close to what they talking about, or they claiming they dogs to be. And
words mean stuff. Words have meaning, and that's why I think it's really important to specify and like what separates this dog from that dog. What makes what, especially if it's like a marketing tool. Like if someone's trying to sell a dog with a certain label on it. Okay, all right, cool. So what makes this dog different than this one? And they should be able to explain that, to you, because I'm sure, you ain't selling no high performance or whatever label they use. They're not selling that shit for cheap. So they need to be able to justify the price, like, why is this dog,
and
a
if
cut
you don't
above
have
the
video,
rest?
it never happened.
Yep.
but see, Kenan, most people don't even understand what a perform. That's why we talking like this. Motherfuckers don't even understand the difference between a working dog, performance dog, or a high performance working dog. They don't even understand. So let's say you got a dog that's a performance dog that performs at a high level. You bred it that way. You know it can do it. These people come, they want to buy your dog because they look great or whatever, and you tell them it's a performance dog. You put a performance dog's price on it, but they want to buy it. But even if they do buy it, they will never see what that dog is really worth, because they will never have that dog perform at its task.
Right.
Yeah.
So how do you justify your price tag for a fucking is like I said, just like what you said, Caveman. I always break this analogy down. It's like cars. When I go to the dealership, I can go and buy that Corvette ZR1. That don't mean I know how to drive it. That don't mean I'm going to actually put it to the test and utilize all its abilities. No, I just want a ZR1.
Exactly.
Now, you might want a ZR1, but when I put that fucking $200,000 price tag on it, you can't afford it, motherfucker. Then you wondering why it costs so much. Motherfucker, do you know this is a ZR1 fucking Corvette, you idiot? But they don't do that. You know what I'm saying? That's the reality of what we're talking about with these dogs, right? We're in a whole different arena when we talking about these type of dogs, performance, high performance, working dogs. The public, the pet community don't comprehend this shit unless you got a ranch where you need a collie, right? Like what my brother Caveman was talking about, or you need a herding dog because you have sheep and shit like that, or you need a livestock guardian, right? Then you go, okay, well, I'm gonna go to the cheapest livestock guardian because I just needed to do the basics. Unless you got a high level farm where you got big time money you making off your shit. Now you like, no, I need the best fucking livestock guardian. Okay, I'm finding the breeders with the best shit. Okay, shit, he want 10 grand for his shit. You gonna pay that shit because you making millions off your livestock.
Yep.
There's a difference. Versus these people who see the dogs, they love the phenotype, they love the hype or maybe the marketing, they like them, all the shit, the hype on the dog, but then you put the price tag on it because the hype is real, like what we're talking about, right? We're making what we talk about real. And then they're like, well, shit, damn, man, I didn't know it was costing that much. But then they'll buy that Merle dog with that pink color for fucking $30,000. It ain't shit.
Right.
That's funny shit. You want to know what my first thought was when I seen the topic? My answer was about 30,000. That's the first thing I thought when I read your topic for tonight.
Damn.
No, but it's real though, because come on, Kenny, you and the man, that's me and you just talk, man. The military pay top tier dollar for their motherfucking dogs.
Yeah.
Okay? Because they need dogs to do a job. Period. So if the dog can do a job, they'll go all over the world to find the best dogs to do the job because they need, they got to protect their soldiers, they got to protect their assets. Their assets is their
Yeah.
soldiers.
Yeah.
So if you got the best dogs, they test it, whatever, and everything is what it is, they're like, okay, cool, okay, shit, we done seen all these dogs. Okay, we like this. Okay, we got a strict program. Okay, how much you want for these dogs? Well, shit, man, all I got is 12 of them, man. Well, we want all 12. Well, fuck, I mean, shit. I mean, I need, like you said, 30,000.
The whole litter. Yeah.
Now, hey, I need 30,000 right now. They're going to think and they're going to the huddle. They're like, well, damn, we done went all over the world. We got these for 20. We got these for 15. We got these for 10. But these are the best ones we ever seen. Well, shit, you need 30. They call up the chain of command. These are the best ones we ever seen. Hey, they're going to say, hey, can I get them for 25? You're like, okay, I don't know, man. Well, hey, give them for 25 and we'll buy all your shit from here on out. We get a contract. You gonna take that 25?
Hell yeah.
You gonna take that 25?
For sure.
That's how it works. Motherfuckers ain't spending their bread to buy some bullshit. But see, in the working dog world, like you said, hey, Kenny, you said the best thing, right? With the sports shit, you biting the sleeve, all the shit, that's cool. But I can't show you biting a real human and fucking, breaking bone and tearing motherfucking a perp up. I can't show you that. But the military motherfuckers or the people who's really using your dog, they want to know, is that dog gonna bite outside the sleeve?
Right.
Man, and it's kind of off topic a little bit, but I was I was gun shopping, and one of my friends who's like a gun nut, he was telling me how like certain guns, like say the gun might not have been shit, right? And then the company who produces that gun, they get the military contract, and then that gun goes to whatever, military, the US military, whoever. And then, let's say that gun becomes, battle tested, air quotes, battle tested, right? And just because of that, because the military took this gun in and they put it to good use, it did great on whatever campaign. So now when they sell that same, rifle to the public, now they add a tax on that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like now, and people will pay it because there's hype on that gun because, oh, this gun worked for the fucking U.S. Army, so it definitely worked for me. This gun went all over Iraq and, didn't jam and, worked great for them, so it'll work for me. And it's kind of the same thing with these dogs because, like, same with the Belgian Malinois. Like, no one knew what a fucking Belgian Malinois was. Then, this is a dog that killed Bin Laden and blah, 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 and all this other shit. So now everybody got to have a fucking Belgian Malinois. Now, now the motherfuckers is going up. The tax is going up on them. So it's kind of funny when you said that. It kind of reminded me of that, when these dogs get that street cred or, whatever it is, they get that prestige. Then, like, yesterday's price is not today's price.
When they become movie stars.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. And same thing, when a dog, like you said, a movie star, the dog's in a movie, Turner and Hooch. Everybody wanted a fucking Dog de Bordeaux in the 90s after Turner and Hooch. You know what I'm saying? Like even Mr. Stratton said, when he saw Lassie, he wanted a fucking was a collie or whatever when he was a kid,
I knew that.
So
I knew that was real. Not to cut you off. I knew
Yeah.
that was real. Because I said
What
they were
was
saying like everybody wanted a big English master for a big dog after Sandlot.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's like, it's just funny,
Yeah. I mean, what you're saying is 1,000% correct. But see, this is okay. So with this topic, right? See what we're doing as, like I said, pioneer thinking men, like we really in tune with working dogs. Like some of us has programs, some of us are aspiring to have programs. Like we're in this stage where we're in our creative mojo. So high performance is, we would say, the highest level of a working dog. We're going to say it's that, right? Now, like I said, I dream big. I've been dreaming like this since I was 8. Now I'm in a position to create, and I've been cooking to create a high performance dog. So I'm in that level of thinking with my program. Now, will I ever get there? Yes. Is it a work in progress? Yes. Is it going to take time? Yes. Is it a slow and steady approach to the play? Yes. Is it costly? Yes. All these things, all of the above. Yes. However, is it doable? Yes. Now, we are the ones that create this lane. We are the ones that solidify the lane. We are the ones that set the standard and the goalposts, right? The criteria for that lane, right? And then once we do that, we create that complete dog that can be a high performance level dog, whatever it's doing, whatever its task. It can do multiple things at its task. So like you said, it could be a sheepdog, but it's a multifaceted sheepdog, right?
Yeah.
It could be a basketball player, but he can play multiple positions and is great at multiple positions, right? Phil Jackson can put Michael Jordan at point guard, shooting guard, and everything that he do is high level, right?
Yep.
This is what we got to do with our dogs, but it's going to take time. It's going to take us like thinking outside the box to produce these type of dogs, right? And then it's going to take us putting our dogs in the right people's hands to showcase our dogs, to bring it to the public, to where, like we mentioned about the Malinois, the Pit Bull, Turner and Hooch, Lassie, all these different type dogs that was brought to the public that they see, oh my God, that dog is cool. Now they want to fuck with it. But in reality, how I'm even thinking about my dogs should never be sold to the public. Because remember we were talking about how I was going to do my bull herder, you guys, and I was like, you know what? If I sell my shit to the average fucking consumer, I need to have me a fucking liability clause that releases me from liability if this dog does some damage to somebody.
Facts.
So if I make Formula One race cars, since we talk about cars, there's no way that a consumer could even afford that shit, yet alone drive it.
Exactly.
So if I'm doing dogs like that, I know for a damn fact that an average consumer will never be able to even afford my dogs. I don't care how much they want it. I don't care how much they like it, bro. Like this dog, you like it, but you know how much it costs? Motherfucker, you can't even afford the shit. Now, if you can afford it, I might think about it after you fill out this application. If you don't qualify to put my dog in the best situation, then I'm not going to sell you. It's like if you don't have a license to drive a Formula One race car, I don't care how much money you got. You ain't going to be able to buy one.
Right.
Think about it. And the reason why it's like that is because of the technology that's in them cars. Let's say you buy that Formula One race car because you're so rich, but then you got people that's going to reverse engineer it. They're not going to let you reverse engineer their technology.
Oh, no.
It's like the military. Cannon Bulldogs. When that fucking Black Hawk goes down or that helicopter goes down, what do? They go and they blow that motherfucker up. Do they not?
yeah. Or recover it, yeah, if they can.
But for the most part, they blowing it up because they ain't got time to recover it. Because you know why? Because they don't want you to take the technology and fucking reverse engineer it.
Yeah.
So same thing with our dogs, right? If we put so much time and effort into creating these dogs, and we finally create a high level performing dog that's multifaceted, that can do multiple things at a high level. And the hardest thing to do, imagine, is this. And see, I thought about this with my Kangal, with my bull herder. Imagine if you could take an attack dog that's an independent thinker like a Kangal, that can independently discern on his own when to attack and when not to attack, but is a high level attack dog. Like, oh my God, nigga, you know what you would have? Now, that's wishful thinking. Think about that. That's wishful thinking, but that's what we here to think about. Like, that's what I think about. Like, imagine me taking a dog that is an attack dog, but it knows that in that fucking hole that I put it in, there's probably somebody there. So instead of a dog just running in there, that motherfucker's prowling down like a lion and shit, creeping in that motherfucker. Creeping. Right? He sees the perp, but he's not just so anxious to bite it, but he want to make sure that perp don't notice he's there, and then he gets his ass. Imagine you make a dog like that. the fuck?
That's a thinking dog right there. A highly performing thinking dog.
Hey, Cannon, you know how much I would give for them
Yeah.
dogs, man? The military probably pay me $100,000 a dog for that shit.
Shit.
Yeah.
A dog that comes out of the battle like a real soldier do, because you know when you a soldier, yeah, you go in there to the enemy, but you want to come back out alive. A dog uses it as a game where you send me on a perp, I'm just running in there, you know, indiscriminately. I'm just running in that hole. Who gets? Oh, I smell somebody. They're run, attack. He's not. The dog's not thinking about the attack. It just want to attack.
Right.
But if you can create a dog that is using his brain, is going to stalk. He smells it, but he stalks it, and then ambushes the fucking perp. Nigga, what?
Like a mountain lion,
What?
leopard, and shit.
Bro, that's a whole nother level. But a lot of people don't think like this because it's going to take time. It's going to take experimentations in the lab. It's going to take different type of crossbreeding
Hell yeah.
to do these type of things.
And
Yeah.
lots of training.
Yeah, then it's going to take a lot of testing to see if this dog can be a predator and to be able to attack or do these type of things in a predatory way. You know what I mean? But not everybody thinks that way. And think about when the military went so hard. The reason why I speak the military, because that's the lane I want to be in. But think about when the military went hard on their dogs is because of 9/11 and all that shit. They needed dogs because a lot of the motherfucking troops was getting blown up by IEDs and shit.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So they needed bomb sniffing dogs so they wouldn't blow their motherfucking troops up. So they needed as many dogs as they could. Now it's like, okay, well, shit, we done spent money. We done probably lost hundreds of millions of dollars on dogs. Now it's time for somebody to make a dog that can think like a soldier. And I have my my Kangal, right? And my Kangal is a predator. She can be chill if there's no threat. But at the same time, when there's a threat, she want to go hunting for that shit, though. I ain't never tested her, but I know she do. And when you're dealing with wolves are predators. So to be able to defeat a wolf, you gotta hunt a wolf like a wolf hunt you.
Right.
And what I'm told about Kangals is they're independent hunters. They're independent dogs. So I'm like, well, shit, damn, I gotta throw that in my bull herder recipe, which I got it, but I'm using that for me in my own mind. My lab knows I'm like, I want that Kangal for the independence and that bite force at the end of the day. Now, will it work? I don't know. But that's how I can raise my bar to make a high performance working dog. Because I want that independence in my line of working dogs that I would hope to eventually sell to the military, the police, and let's say people who want high level system type dogs. That's my vision.
Yeah.
But
that gets really difficult because like, when we talk about breeding and manipulating phenotypes and structure and all that stuff, but when it comes to like temperament, that becomes really difficult because when you have those dogs that are independent like that, that also like affects their trainability as well because they don't, same like a lot of those herding dogs, like the really independent ones like Kangals and Charkas and all that shit. Like some of those dogs they'll also attack you too. You know what I'm saying? Like, they kind of just leave them out there and they just do their own thing. And they don't really interact with them a whole lot. And so like, it's like, you don't know how that temperament will change, like when you have, like they might, I'm independent. I'm also independent of your ass. So it's like, so they might be like, I don't want to do that shit. Or, you try to correct them and they're like, fuck you, trying to bite your ass. So it's like, it's really hard sometimes, with those temperaments and stuff, because even like with my band dogs, like I see how some of them take after their sire and even do like weird, like just weird quirky things that their sire does, and then some of them take after their mom, you know. And it's like, you know, there's some traits that I like in a mom and some that I don't, and I see like, you know, how those temperaments, like it's really, it's one thing with the structure and shit, but with the temperaments, it's so like, you know, weird sometimes, and that shit also changes a lot too, you know, as the dogs mature and whatever. So yeah, that shit, that is very difficult, I think. And then on top of, you know, getting the temperament that you want, and then it's like, okay, you have the temperament, now can you do the fucking task? You know. So, and that's what like a lot of people don't understand, like who aren't like in it all the way, like we were talking about. It's like, you know, when you're trying to get what you really want, like there's so many dogs that just don't meet the cut, you know, they just don't make the cut. You know what I'm saying? And you've invested all this time and effort and money and shit, and the dogs just, it's just not it. And you know, it's like you got to be willing to accept that and keep going. You know what I'm saying? And keep trying. And a lot of other people, you know, like when they have a little bit of adversity, they're just like, you know, fuck it. Or even worse, they have that adversity and they just accept it and use those dogs. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though they don't reach their standards, they'll still use the dogs. And, you know, and then that's a whole nother, you know, issue. But yeah, that's just challenging. But I think if you can like make that, especially for like, I mean, you said, you know, you kind of want to aim towards the military, but I mean that would be a really good dog for you know, like estate guardians too. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want, you know, say maybe you sell that to fucking celebrities and shit. Okay, I want this dog on my property. So if these fucking crazy ass people come in my property and try to fuck with me, you know, I have, you know, this Formula One, you know, her bull herder who's gonna creep on their ass. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
exactly.
It's gonna hunt your bitch ass down. You come in on my
Now,
property and shit.
now watch
You
this,
know?
man. What you said is 1,000% correct, and even in that, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you would have to be able to afford it, but like we know that there's levels to the dogs, and then when you breed dogs, you don't know what level of dogs that you produce, and so based off of my formula, this is just me speaking my lab notes, is that
Hmm.
based off of my formula and the type of dogs that I'm using, I'm predicted to produce V8s, V10s, and V12s. Okay,
Hmm.
V12s is them dogs that only special dog men and women should handle.
Yeah.
If you're not a alpha hardy dog man or dog woman, you will not be able to handle a V12. Don't you dare even think you can buy one, because this dog is too much of a dog for you to even think about handling. Because you know
Yeah.
you ain't got that authority. You're gonna get bit and get manhandled by this dog. This dog might even kill your ass. That's
Oh
a
yeah.
V12,
Yeah.
right? Then you got V10s, right? Those are those great ass dogs that you know it's manageable. It's manageable, but at the same time, you know, it's way above good. It's great. Then you got the V8s. That's fucking good enough, right? Based off of the formula that I have, which is it's all vigor generated. I should be able to get V8s with all different variants. Then we talk about the temperament. I'll call the temperament the soul of the dog. I don't know the soul of the dogs. None of us do. I don't care what the DNA say. And me and you talked about this too. About the dog, you might think that might be the least fucking one that you think is the best. Like, oh, this dog ain't shit. As a young dog, turns out to be the fucking Conan the Barbarian and shit.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Yeah.
Because the soul, the mind of any animal, any person develops based off of his environment, based off of his influence. Okay, that's a fact. So, me understanding what I want to see temperament wise, I always tell you guys, I've told y'all in many classes before, that when you have your fucking cook-ups, if you can, you got to keep every single dog in the litter. Don't I preach that, you guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I preach that to my people, right? And the reason why is because you do not know which dog is going to perform at the level that you envision based off your lab notes. No puppy's going to tell you that. I don't give a fuck who you are. Ain't no puppy going to tell you that. The dog has to mature and be put in a scenario to manifest the best of that dog. You have to trigger those elements in that dog that you want to see. So if I want to see an independent working type guard dog, attack type dog, I got to put those dogs in environments to showcase that. Randomly, them dogs ain't going to show me that randomly because every dog gets shaped just like us. You know what I'm saying? You got a white person who grew up in the hood. That's the most black motherfucking white person you ever seen. Then you got a motherfucking black person grew up there in fucking rich uppity. That's Carlton fucking Banks and shit. Come on,
Yeah.
that's real.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, that Carlton Banks could be raised in that white neighborhood, right? But his daddy had all the money and had him in all the jujitsu, the mixed martial arts, right? And then you had that white boy in the hood. He was around all the gunslingers and all the motherfucking shit talkers. And then they see each other on the face-to-face, right? And then the white boy think he's more hard than the black boy. And then they get into it. And that white boy, that black boy whoop that white boy's ass, or vice versa because of his environment, because he know jujitsu, all the shit. And he over there putting you in a fucking naked choke and knocking your, choking your ass out. But you underestimated the book. What they say? Don't underestimate a book by its cover.
Yeah.
Same thing with your dogs. Okay, same thing with your dogs. So what we do with our dogs that have the genetics is very important. So even with my vision, I have to go and take my productions and put them in an environment so I can test them. Me as the manufacturer, I got my own testing for my own vehicles. So I can say, yep, nope, okay, kind of, And then once I do that, ones that perform, I showcase them. But then we talked about this too, Ken, and all my boys know this too. We don't throw the baby out with the bathwater because the low-level performers, they didn't make it, so we throw them out the breeding program. No, we don't do that over here. You know why? Because the genetics that's in those low-level spirited performers is in all the dogs. So just because that spirit in that dog is weak, the genetics is still the genetics. Facts. Just because I got
you always got to weigh, I always say, you weigh the positive attributes against the negative ones. And sometimes you have a dog that might have a fault or two, but then they're really good in this area. So it's like, all right, like you said, he has this behind him. So I'm going to put him to another dog that has the strengths,
right,
that has stuff that dog is lacking, to bring that stuff out. And, you just, observe and see, what you get out of that. Because, I've done that. I think the ones that I've thrown out, I think were like, I should have thrown them out. Like, I don't really have too much regret on them, but, because culling is important, and I don't want to, like people who may be new to this shit, I don't want them to get the wrong message. Like, no, you do need to cull shit. There are dogs that are like shitty or have certain faults that you shouldn't be breeding, but depending on what you're working with, like some dogs, even though they might have a certain fault, they are worth keeping around because certain things are like easier to fix than others. You know what I'm saying? Like some shit is just like, and as a breeder, like that's what I think a lot of people need to know is like, you need to have your list of like, these things are no-goes. Like if the dog has this fault, if this motherfucker's feet are, one is going to New York, the other's going to California, like this dog is not staying. You know what I'm saying? But okay, but if it's like, I don't know, he has a little bit of whatever fault, his teeth is a little crooked or something, I don't fucking know, then yeah, I'll keep him around if everything else is spectacular on the dog. You gotta have like a scoring system for yourself, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, oh, you got this fault, oh, you got this fault too, oh, you got this fault three, oh, but he got a big ass head. Nah, I don't think I'm gonna keep. The big head is not worth all this other sloppy shit that he's bringing to the table. But if he's a great worker and he has this attribute and he has a perfect rear, but maybe his head is just really fucking small. You know what I'm saying? Or he got a little bit of a sway back, or so. His top line ain't perfect, but he has the most amazing, rear you ever seen or some shit. So then it's like, maybe you want to keep him around. And then if like, he's from, whatever bloodline or whatever, and he has all this shit behind him, okay, maybe I'm going to put him to a female that, is better in those areas or whatever. But yeah, I'm kind of ranting now.
No. You saying something that makes sense. All I say is this, because when we talk about being in the lab, we talk about scientists, and you hear that terminology thrown out, a lot. And when we play with this DNA, it's a hypothesis. It's not a conclusion. So
yeah.
So being that it's a hypothesis, an idea, and like I said, I can only speak to you guys from my own experience, and I've taken dogs that I wouldn't have kept, and I've bred them, and they produce some of the best shit that I've never thought that they would. So then it made me understand it's not necessarily the dog that's in front of you that makes it a producer. It's what it can throw as far as this DNA genetic profile that makes it a producer. That right there is
the genotype, not just the phenotype, but the genotype.
Yeah, it was the whole profile. It's what you don't see behind that dog's DNA profile. What you see is the dog, right? The phenotype, and you understand the genotype, what you see. But if you trust what's behind the dog's genetic makeup, and you say, okay, I'm going to give every dog, regardless of what it might look like. Now, if you got a retarded dog, of course you ain't not breeding no retard. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about you got a heavily inbred dog, and then 2 out of the 3 is looking somewhat like you like, the other one's looking like some shit. We're not talking about that. We're talking about, all the dogs are healthy. Some dogs perform way better than others. Some dogs look way better than others, but none of them is retards. Some of them might be a little low-key timid. Some of them might be real ambitious, rambunctious. All these things play. But all I'm saying, as us as mad scientists, if we want to call ourselves that, those of us who's really in the lab, me in my program and what I've learned by trial and error, winning, losing, all the shit that comes along with trial and error, like the dogs that I least expected were my best producers. That's all I'm saying for us who really want to know if we can get these level of dogs. You got to breed every single dog that you have in that genetic makeup to see if you're going to get it. Because I guarantee you this, that the dog that you might be like, or the dog might be like, oh, that shit, that dog will surprise you. And then you get some of your best shit. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I've had that happen. I've had that happen to me. You know what I'm saying? Where the dog I least expected gave me the best shit. You know what I'm saying? Now, that's not always, but being that we're here to find the best shit, we got to experiment. Just like, okay, horse breeding. I like to mirror my program with horse breeding. Y'all heard me talk about this before. These motherfuckers got multi-million-dollars to spend to go breed with all kinds of different horses to get the best horses. They are experimenting with their money, though. Right? Because a horse might have maybe 2 horses, maybe twins.
Yeah, if you're lucky.
If
usually just one foal. Yeah.
You deal with horses, Cannon. You might get one fucking one motherfucking whatever. So
and I talk to my wife about that shit all the time. Like because we talking about genetics and shit, and I think about that even with like people and stuff too, right? Like that's why I think it's so difficult to make like perfect people, and the same thing with horses, because with dogs, you have a whole litter to choose from, so it's like you have multiple genetic combinations in front of you that you can select from, right? But you breed a horse or a person, you usually have one offspring. And so like you have I don't know, hundreds or thousands of genetic combinations that you and your wife can produce, but you're only seeing one. So this one kid that you had might be, a runt, and then the next kid you have is fucking LeBron James or Francis Ngannou or something. So it's just like you don't even know, like, I mean, you don't even know like what are, and it's so difficult with people and horses because the gestation period is pretty fucking long, and then you just get one offspring, so you would literally have to, like, with a human or a person, that person would have to have 10 kids. You just be like, okay, we got this superhuman, you know what I'm saying? So that's why it's kind of difficult. The same with horses, they only have one offspring. You have one horse, and let's say that horse grows up, and then the same thing with dogs. You got to train them and go through all this shit, and then it grows up to be a dud, and it's like, but is it really the fault of the sire and mare? The next one could be a winner, but this particular one didn't turn out. But with dogs and cats, most of the animals that most average people are into breeding, they have multiple. So you have a whole smorgasbord of genetics to look at, and you could even probably have a second litter with the same dogs, and might even have more different, shit, to choose from. So it's like, that's why I think it's like different with dogs, where we have, it's almost easier in that aspect because the gestation period is a lot shorter and you have a lot more to choose from.
Facts.
Yeah.
Facts. And that's why it's important for us as breeders, if you can, keep your litter. If you're building a program, you keep your genetics, because those variances are important, because there's so many, think about that lineage like we talked about, and think about that one offspring that just is a combination of multiple genetics. It's not all the genetics.
Yeah.
Right? You know that it's not all the genetics, right? Even though it's in your bloodline, some of us might take after our grandfather, some of us might take after our daddy, some of us might take after our mama. Like you said, we might have 5 brothers and sisters, and then only one of us is a fucking super athlete, or only one of us is tall and all of us is short. Like, how the fuck you get tall?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Shit like that.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing with the dogs. So like, even with the horses, right? Because I follow the horse thing. They'll take that stud that's a known producer, and just like with dogs, but because they only can get one fucking horse out of a fucking female, they'll take that number one stud, put a 200, especially with racing horses, they'll put a $250,000 fucking price tag on it if it's a proven producer, and they'll breed that bitch with so many different bitches, because they want to see if they can get that variant.
And get that sample size.
Yeah, they gotta see it. Like, we bred that motherfucker to 20 different mares, or we did whatever what it is, different fillies or whatever the fuck. We 50 different fillies, and then out of those, we pray to God that we get maybe fucking 5 of those fucking 20 to be top tier horses. And then if they are, hopefully they'll produce.
They're doing more than that. They're flushing eggs out of those mares and putting them in regular horses as surrogates.
Oh shit, K-Man talked about that too. He said that shit for wow.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
If you
that's big money shit right there.
That's what I'm saying. If you rich, why not? I would do it.
Yeah.
Shit, that's smart as a motherfucker. Put the eggs into another fucking horse, make her carry the motherfucking shit. Damn it.
All them shits now.
Yeah, we want those right now. How much is it gonna cost? I don't care. I'm a multi-millionaire. I'm a billionaire. This is a hobby. Fuck it, run it,
bro. Like, it's insane how much like money. Like when I was stationed in Germany, my wife she like trained polo horses and stuff, and this one guy at the stable where she worked at and shit, like when they play polo, like it's so fucking crazy, bro. Like, so first of all, when they play, no, like polo with the horses. So like,
not water polo, horse polo.
No, horse polo. So like, first of all, if I'm playing, right, I might import people like riders from Argentina and shit because they're like really good people from. They'll import them just to play on their team so they will win. So it's like I suck, but I'm gonna go bring in Michael Jordan from Argentina on my team just so I can have bragging like when we win. I could be like, yeah, we won. You know what I'm saying? And they're like bringing the people over here, the players over there, and they're putting them up and shit and paying for all their shit just so they can play on their team. And then they have like multiple horses, and they'll literally pay the stable workers and shit, these people working the stable just to ride their horses just to keep them in shape. So it's like, yeah, just go ride my horse around the track, however many times to keep them in shape. And then when they play, they literally you like how on the racetrack, they drive around the track and they change out the tire and tell us that. Like they literally do that with the horses. Like they'll be playing a match. Okay, this horse is tired. Go put this one up. Go get me my other horse. And then this one's
Go in
tired.
the pit.
Yeah, and they just literally just swap out horses during the match because the horses get tired. So you gotta have like multiple extra horses just so you can keep playing. Like the horses are they're not disposable, but you know what I'm saying? Like they're literally just tossing them. Like, okay, give me my other one. So you might have 4 or 5 horses, just for to keep playing the match. So your horse is fresh. You know what I mean? So it's and this is just the shit they play on the weekend. So it's like these motherfuckers have lots of money, bro, just to just so you can play. You know what I mean? And then when you
That's what
win,
they
you
do in
don't
their
even win.
calls.
And then when you win, it's just like bragging rights. It's not like you winning, you're not winning like trophies. I mean, I'm sure they get a trophy, but it's just it's just they're just playing for fun, yeah, I won. I brought the better person. I paid to have the better person from Argentina on my team than you did. You know what I mean? So it's some crazy rich people flex type shit. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, tell me about it. You know what I mean? And like I said, that's why it's like, okay, if we talk about performance, we talk about thoroughbred racehorses. They got multi-million-dollar purses when they win the race. So,
Yeah, that shit is crazy money. Yeah.
them spending multi-million-dollars on their horses and shit ain't shit because how much money they making when they be winning them races and shit like that. So it's relevant to their programs, their stables, they staff. The care that they put them horses through. I mean, they treat them horses better than they treat people and shit. Them horses get massages and shit. Them horses looking fucking like a brand new Armor All shiny car and shit. Them horses get treated like fucking kings and shit. But look how much
not when they lose.
you know how it goes. That's with any athlete. You feel me?
They send niggas to the glue factory if they lose.
You're only as good as if you win. You know what I mean? Just like any other athlete. So we get that. But at the same time, look at the level the money that they put in a program, and that's why they get the best horses or the best performing type, whatever it might be, is because of what they put into their program, the testing, the training, all the shit. Same thing that we gotta do with our dogs if we really trying to create a level, a league, even a market for what we trying to do with our hard work. Like it starts with the concept. It starts with us putting our program together. It starts with the right genetics that we add. And it starts with, the testing. It starts with, if you do have a litter of top tier genetics, having the position and the ability to keep all your shit, taking your top tier stud that is a producer and running them to multiple different bitches. So you can see the different variances and you can test them. But most people ain't got the time for that, nor the money for that.
Right.
But we need to understand if we're going to do that, we got to understand it's going to take us some time. We got to understand that there's not going to be no shortcuts into that. We got to create the standard. We got to create the tests. For me, I got to get my dogs in the right people's hands. Like I said, my dogs don't belong in consumers' hands.
Yeah,
what are they going
that's for
to
sure.
do with my dogs? Nothing. They're not going to do shit with my dogs. So then why did I even make it? For them to just have it as a pet? That's just stupid for me.
Stupid. Failing the breed.
failing my dogs, failing even myself. Like what? It's it's like a rich man with a Lamborghini, Bugatti, and he only drives that shit fucking once, maybe a month around the block and shit. Why you got a Bugatti for, motherfucker? That should go 200 miles an hour. Have you ever took it 200 miles an hour? No, I just got a Bugatti. The fuck?
Yeah.
Like, so that's the same thing that, at least that's how I'm thinking now that, I feel like I'm at a level where, I can cook with the best of them. But it's like, okay, now I can cook them. Where should my dogs go now? It needs to go where it can be tested, not go where it's a pet.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it sounds good, but that's the reality of it.
Yeah, and that's kind of hard too, because that's gonna definitely like limit, when you're that specialized, you can't, like you said, you just can't sell to the average Joe. So then, it's going to be even more difficult to find homes for your dog. So it might slow you down a little bit. But once you do hit your niche and, you get that right customer base and you get where people are coming to you, it'll be great, But yeah,
that's what we talked about, Kenny. It'll be that
yeah, yeah.
Deposit type shit. You feel me?
Yeah. It's just hard, when you because a lot of people, I mean, and it's not even just like the type of dogs that you want to do. Like lots of people get dogs that are just too much dog for them, because either like we talked about the movie, wave behind the dog, or it's just a dog becomes popular and everybody wants one. And it's not even so much like, a big strong dog. Like, people be buying what the fuck are them things? Blue healers and shit. It's like, yeah, they're not big, but they be nicking and shit and trying to, they be trying to herd your children and shit. And man, they're pretty high, strung dogs and stuff. And people get those dogs and they just like can't handle them because they're just too much dog, but they like how they look. You know what I'm saying? And so it just happens with a lot of people, saying, I honestly, I think the next dog that's going to be on the chopping block is like the Cane Corsos. Those are big fucking dogs. They're not for everybody, but everybody want to have them. They're real popular right now. And, go ahead. What'd you say?
Concept for a miniature Cane Corso.
Yeah, I seen that. And y'all post that in the group. I seen that shit.
Yeah, I seen somebody on Instagram talk about, I got Merle Cane Corsos and blah 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 blah. Everybody was frying his ass up.
Trash.
Yeah, people was I mean, it's like my thing is, it's just be real. Like, hey, this is a Corso mixed with whatever the fuck it's mixed with, but don't try to be like, I have the world's only like, shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Like, but yeah, so yeah, a lot of people get, they bite off more dog than they can chew, and then it's just like, now you in a dangerous situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
I think the other lane, the good lane, if you could get into it, is like selling to celebrities and shit too, because they got the money, you know what I'm saying? And
the worst ones because they can't handle no fucking high performance dog.
Yeah, but it depends on the application. Like if, hey, this is the dog for protection, and you're like, hey, because they might have somebody to go train the dog for them and do all the shit for them. It might be protecting their property. They might have a ranch somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
That's who you
because
contact. Yep. That's who you contact is that trainer.
Yeah, so like if you can, like, if it's a celebrity, they have some security issues and shit. Hey, they might need a dog like that. It's just if they get them trained.
Your V6s, man. The celebrity get a V6, man. Because like I said, real shit. Because when you have a trainer who's training your dog and then you release that dog to a fucking weak ass celebrity who don't have no authority, that dog is gonna run amok all over that motherfucker. Okay.
Yeah, true.
That's a liability. So you sell them V6s, right, with the fucking V8 body kit on it, and you sell that to them, right? Because all they really need is a deterrent at the end of the day, right? All they need is a
Yeah.
deterrent. But what we talking about is real dogs that really do the job, and you have to be an authoritarian type of dog man or dog woman or family to be able to conduct that dog at a responsible level. That's what we talking about. Like I said, it's like
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
you who don't know how to drive a sports car, but you want a nice Corvette, you buy that base model shit. Buy the base model shit. Because you want a Corvette, buy the base model. That's fine. It ain't got all the bells and whistles on it. It ain't got all the shit on it. But for those of us who, like myself, I'm a driver. I'm getting the ZR1 because I'm going to take the traction control off that bitch and I'm going to have that shit skeeting and skirting, nigga. But I know how to drive.
Yeah, and you're right. And occasionally you might, someone might contact you. You might be like, hey, I have this dog that's more, manageable. One that that you wouldn't sell to the military, but hey, this one is, he's not as high, strung as all the rest of them. And like, hey, this might be, a good match for you.
P6 for you, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't sell. But see, the one thing about me, Kenan, I ain't selling nothing but V8s to V12s. So if they calling me up, you better have the money first and foremost, because you already know if we got a level, that means they probably going to be, like I said, over 12 months old. It's probably not going to be no puppies unless you really got it popping that much to where motherfuckers is buying your whole litter. But if you got it like that, that means your fucking productions have to be proven over time for, let's say, somebody to buy your puppies. That motherfuckers ain't buying your puppies if they working dog. At least that's what I've heard. Like you said, Kenny, you said that they do it over there in San Antonio, but from what I've been researching and shit, they not buying puppies. They buying shit that is a year old and above that's already got some type of training before they spend $15,000 to $30,000 on a damn dog. However, if I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, I've had my dogs proven. My dogs are known, then maybe I could sell a litter before it come out the womb because they already bought maybe fucking 3 generations of my dogs over the years. So they already know what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, the DNA is proven. But most people aren't going to do breedings like that, right? And I'm going to close out on this, and we can cook up on this all day. So me, I have a concept of my formula that hopefully I will get to that point where I can sell the litter as it comes out the womb because the formula is still the same. Okay. Most of the time with most formulas is, they have generations after generations. Maybe they do have the stud, right? And maybe they have done what I'm thinking about doing. Maybe they have a top tier stud as a top tier producer, and maybe they got 500 straws off of them. And whoever that dog's semen goes to, as long as it's a top tier female genetically, they're going to produce 8 and ups as far as top tier dogs, right? You got an 8 and up, guarantee it just based off of that male. Most breeders ain't breeding that way. They breeding to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, which is fine.
Yeah.
But if you got a formula that is proven to, regardless of what bitch it is, top tier, you want 8s and ups, then you can guarantee that shit, they're gonna buy your puppies then. Because they know when it's coming from this dog, that dog is known to produce every fucking bitch it goes to. If you can prove that, then yeah, you can sell your puppies. But I mean, that's wishful thinking in reality.
And that's usually males that are, pretty well, line bred or inbred to get to that point, right? Like when they have some pretty decent inbreeding behind them, then they can, when you mate them to damn near anything, they'll still reproduce themselves. At least that's what I understand.
Well, I mean, that makes sense, but it's not always true. See, like I said, what a producer is what the dog in front of you can do. You can have, like a lot of them game dogs, a lot of them was outcrossed. Now, being that they was outcrossed, or let's say battle crossed, not all of them was great producers, but some of them were great producers. So like I have a dog, like I always talk about, AK. He's an outcross, but he produces himself. So just because it might be heavily inbred don't mean that it's going to produce itself. Just because it's an outcross doesn't mean it's going to produce itself. Only special animals produce itself. Not everyone is guaranteed, regardless of how you breed it, to produce itself or better. Now, us as breeders, I want my dog to produce better than itself. I want to see a variant of him or her, but better. if I can get a variant, whether it was heavily inbred or line bred or outcross, if I can get a variant that's better, I don't care how it's bred. As long as you showing me that, that's what I want. And as a breeder, you can't predict that. You can only experiment and prove that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the only way you can. So it's not no like, okay, my heavily inbred dog is going to guarantee me this. Yeah, it sounds good on paper, but that's not always the reality. As us breeders who do this shit know. You know what I mean? Now, more than likely, Kenan, possibly. We're going to say possibly. But if you've done this with different type dogs and you let them prove themselves to you, then you can see it varies. It varies. You don't know.
It's because sometimes people are selecting for recessive traits or co-dominant traits, and they're inbreeding on that. But then you outcross to something that's carrying something more dominant.
Yeah.
That too. And that's why.
Or the other part is like when you think you're inbreeding on some shit, but then what's in the pedigree is hung, and you don't
Right.
know it. So you thinking you like going double, you know, whatever, and there's some other shit that they done thrown in here. You're like, why the fuck I'm inbreeding on this shit? It should look like this. But the muzzle is getting longer. They should be getting shorter, or vice versa. Because you doubling up on them Greyhound genes.
Bullshit.
True story.
Yeah, so it's like you never fucking know, man. Sometimes these breeders throw you for a loop, but yeah, I mean, yeah, on paper, yeah, it should, because it's like this dog doesn't have any other genes to pass, because the only genes he got are these genes because he's been inbred so much. So it's kind of like stacking the odds in your favor, but it's like, yeah, there's no guarantees for sure.
Yeah. And that's the reality. See, that's the fun of it, like what we were talking about too. That's the art of it, is figuring it out, not assuming, but cooking and seeing it for yourself. And then once you test it with multiple different, let's say you got a male and you test it with multiple different bitches, and you see that variant consistent in any bitch you put that male to, then you can say, okay, that motherfucker's Dr. Dre.
Yeah. I have a female like that, actually. And I have a female like that, but it's kind of the opposite. It's kind of what you said. She's actually like an outcross. And so far, like every male that I put her to, she produced. Even like the I'd say the worst male that I put her to, she still threw out like some really nice dogs that were more like her than that male. Like he wasn't enough to dilute her shine. You know what I'm saying? But when I put her to really nice males, it's like fucking off the chain. Like it's just ridiculous. And so. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, It does make sense.
And as I said, for us, that's what is fun. That is what it's about for us. That's why I call this for us engineers, us top tier fucking dogman engineers. This is what we love about what we do, is because we don't assume shit in the lab. We draw it up, we do a hypothesis, and then we cook and let the cook tell us what it is, not our assumptions of shit. The math is the assumption, the hypothesis, the productions is the truth. So
yes, sir.
Mathematics off of the truth. This is what we produce. And if the dog that we see in our hypothesis that might have been the one that we thought but didn't produce that, but then the one that we tried that we didn't think produced it, then we got to go with the one that we didn't think that produced, if that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
We can't go off of, well, shit, this, like we said, this is an outcross. You should have produced not good as the one that's an inbred, but you, the outcross, produced better than my inbred one. So what, am I going to keep going to the inbred one? No, I'm going to go fucking run with the outcross.
Yeah, let the results speak for themselves. Yeah. Let the dogs do the talking,
Yeah, that's what we do. You know what I'm saying? Here, we're not here to think that we Mr. Know-It-All. We don't know everything. We're just like I always say, I'm assisting God. I'm not God. Okay, I call myself the dog God, but I ain't the Most High God. So the Most High God is the creator. I'm just taking animals and putting them together. I don't know what's going to come out. Hey, did y'all see Bossy? She just did 3 different clones. Y'all just seen that? I don't know if y'all seen that post with Bossy.
No.
She just cloned Mr. Goodbar, whatever that dog name is. She cloned it. She got 3 different clones. Why them dogs don't all look the same? But they
I don't
clones.
know. The clones I seen in Japan didn't even look like the original dog.
That's what I'm saying. Why
Yeah.
did none of them dogs look like Mr. Goodbar? As far as like his color coat and all that shit, they had different
God
marks.
damn, how much money that shit cost? God damn.
I mean, you know, she
I
rich. You know
forget.
what I'm
It was a lot. They said
Jesus
on that Japan
Christ.
one.
But yeah,
Yeah, it didn't make any sense to me.
she got
You
3
said,
clones. None of them look the same.
do they look good at least? How old are they?
Well, they came from the same dog, right? But at the same time, a clone is supposed to be the splitting image of a damn dog.
Yeah, that's what I.
The same color.
Yeah, no, they got the same
him.
color, but the markings is different. It's not a clone.
Yeah, they're supposed to look exactly like him.
That's what I would think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically
if he dies,
what that says is they're
he
just
just
cloning the genome. They're not really cloning that dog. It's kind of like selfing a plant. You make it pollinate itself, it gives you the whole genome expression.
There you go. Just man. That's exactly what they're doing. You know, so you thinking, first of all, you're never gonna get the spirit of that dog. So that's that throw that shit out the window. You'll never get the spirit of your dog. So you might get a clone, but that dog is not your fucking dog that it came from. Because that spirit, you can't clone a spirit. Sorry. So we know that don't work. And then what they're showing us is there's differences in even the way the dogs look.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like it would be, I don't know. I mean, obviously, I would assume that it's probably not possible to redo the same, but to reproduce, I mean, I would rather just fucking inbreed or something to try to reproduce, a dog that, a long lost dog, that obviously there's still blood around. Just try to inbreed, or obviously if you could repeat the breeding or something, but shit, I'm sure there's lots of Mr. Goodbar offspring out there, ain't there?
I'm sure there is. I mean, she's rich, so I'm sure there is, right? But at the
I know that
him. She wants that same dog.
shit. I thought that one female she had, I can't think of the name, but that one female, that lilac female, I think it's like
Victoria's Secret. That's her name.
that motherfucker. I'm trying to reproduce that one. That female was crazy, man.
Yeah,
But yeah, that's pretty cool though. Like, I mean, I know that kennel, she's like real big and stuff in the bully world. That's pretty cool, that somebody's like doing some shit at, advancing, in the dog world at that level. Because that's something that like the average breeder can't do. Even if it doesn't turn out, like if the dog don't come out exactly like them, that's still pretty fucking cool. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That technology is even out there to the average, not average person, but outside of the scientific community.
Yeah.
Be able to design a dog if you got enough money. You'll be able to make up your own phenotype.
Shit, just like with the dire wolf and shit.
Yep, just to tell them add this trait on this allele and this one on this one and this one on this one and go right through the whole genome and design a dog.
I bet
I
you.
wonder how much that costs.
Hey, I bet you if they had Secretariat's DNA and they tried to clone him, he wouldn't be as fast as the fucking original. I bet you.
No, from what I've seen from the dogs, they wouldn't even get him. They'd just get a bunch of his brothers and sisters.
How old are the dogs? Like, do they look like as far as like structure, muscle?
They look like a variant. Look, they look like a variant of Goodbar. But if you look at Goodbar, it's not the same dog. It's a variant of him. It's like him having his sons that look similar, but they got different markings.
Yeah.
But are they like substandard compared to him, or is it just like
So you can tell that
marked?
they're Mr. Goodbar sons because they all got the same kind of color
Yeah,
pattern. But
yeah.
patterns is there's a variant to the patterns. Like their
Mm,
color pattern don't look like the daddy. You know,
yeah.
even though you can like, oh yeah, those are his sons. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, those are his sons. You know what
But
I'm
it's
saying?
not a copy. But it's not a copy of him.
Correct. Like if you say it's a clone,
Yeah,
I want to see a twin. I don't want to see no.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
You can tell that
That's
there's a variant to that clone. So, you know, yeah, they're copying DNA, but it's like you're playing God, but God is showing you that you still not me. Like that's really what that cloning shit is showing you. It's like you
yeah,
variant of the DNA pattern or copy, but when it comes out and manifests itself, it's not the same.
You know, I kind of think he's on to something with the inbreeding. I think if I'm getting what they're doing, I think you'd be better off with the brother sister mating than a cloning, because then at
yeah.
least you'd have the
That's
chance. Yeah, you'd have the chance of doubling up the traits she was looking for instead of making like
No,
it
she
sounds like
wants
they're taking like a haploid and making a zygote out of it.
but she wants a twin. That's why she's taking that DNA and copying it. She doesn't
Yeah, I think a brother sister mating would get you farther. I think you could actually reproduce him, and they didn't. Just
yeah,
with
but
like with them other dogs, they did not reproduce that guy's dog that died. They reproduced like 4 dogs that didn't look nothing like his dog. I mean, they were the same type, but they weren't marked or nothing
yeah,
like his dog.
right, right. And that's kind
Which,
of
if you would have bred him with his sister, you would have got dogs that looked like him. I'm gonna guess.
but see, I
yeah,
inbreeding and with a brother sister breeding, and I seen the variant, but it wasn't. They're not twins. That cloning is like you could tell that that's a good bar look-alike, but it's like a faulty look-alike. You know what I'm saying? Like you're gonna get closer doing it the clone way than the inbreeding way because you see the 3 dogs and you like, okay, that looks like good bar, but it's not a twin. That's the thing.
See, I'm looking at it kind of wrong, I guess, because like I understand what you guys are saying, but for me, I mean, like when I'm looking at it for my personal use, like I wouldn't give a shit about the markings. For me, it's just more like, does he have the same muscle and structure and phenotype? You know what I'm saying? Like, if his markings is a little different, I'm like, I don't care. Like, I just want, like, if that's what, because I don't think it was the markings that made that dog special. It was everything else. You know what I'm saying? So for me,
Oh,
that's what I'm
yeah,
looking for.
but what if
But
it was?
I mean, if it was, then like to me, then I don't even like. I,
Yeah, I get
to
that, but
me,
I'm just saying,
So
what if
yeah.
you're?
is
I'm trying
Mr.
to get to the point of
Goodbar about to
cloning.
pass away or
But
something?
but yeah, you're right though. Like we're saying like, hey, if I want a clone, I want a fucking carbon copy
Yeah,
Right,
of the dog that I just had. Like,
right.
yeah, so like I didn't get my money's worth because you didn't give me a photocopy of my dog. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I get what y'all are saying for sure. Yeah, but I'm thinking like her, being a breeder and she producing these high quality ass dogs. In my mind, I'm thinking like, oh, she don't care. I mean, he's just what was he like a chocolate try or something like that? Like,
Yeah,
I
like
don't think a chocolate try is like nothing special. I thought it was just like that dog, his build and how he looked and all, muscular and
yeah.
all that shit. Like if fuck all the color. If I could fucking clone some of them goddamn retarded looking greyhound dogs with the crazy ass muscle gene. Like,
Double muscle.
yeah,
the double muscle
yeah, let me start cloning that shit with some bulldog DNA or something. Like that's what I'm trying to. Yeah, give me all them alleles. I want all of them. Like that's what I want.
so
But
so just think about it. Like we talk about horse racing, right? Where there's big time money in horse racing, right? So
hmm
they got the money to do that shit. and you know they probably done
Yeah.
horses already too, right? So if they haven't had a clone fucking horse be the same horse that, let's say you got a horse that's a winner, you clone that motherfucker, right? And then it become a winner. You know, the motherfuckers probably tried that already and it didn't work. Think about it.
Yeah, I'm tell you what. I don't hope that shit never works. Because once they can do that, that's gonna be kind of like the end of dog breeding. You know what I'm saying? Like if everyone could just be like, "Oh, I want a dog that looks like this and this color and this height and this kind of," it's like
Oh, that's
it's gonna be
coming.
like, yeah, it's like AI. Like, oh, you can draw pictures, or I could just go type in fucking Chat GPT. I want this exact, art. It's like this is gonna be over. It's gonna be a wrap. You know what I mean?
So just think about man, right? If you think about us as human beings, right? We're so-called made in the image of the Most High God, right? We the gods of the earth to a degree when it comes to all the other life form other than us as humans, right? So
Hmm.
as man, we have the brain to manipulate what's already been created. The key word is manipulate. So
Yeah.
you can manipulate and understand genes like we have through trial and error because everything's a mathematical equation, right? So us having the mind of God, we're not God. Yeah, we can think as God, but not God. God always puts that limiter on man. And when man gets to the point where he corrupts shit, then the great flood is about to happen, or hell and brimstone is about to happen, and God's gonna put the reset button on mankind like he's done to our ancestors. We know
Nigga, that reset button is long overdue.
I'm just saying,
Right.
we know that that's already happened to our ancestors probably many times before. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So when we start to get beyond ourselves, which we're never getting to the point where we are, that's where God's like, okay, there's enough y'all there motherfuckers is fucking shit up. So even with this cloning shit of animals, we can mimic the DNA which they're showing us, but in reality, the clone is really not a clone. It's not an exact twin.
Right.
So yeah, that's like I said, if I had a horse and I'm a multi-millionaire, I'm cloning my racehorse. And they've already done it. But they tested that shit and they know like, yo, this horse is not as fast as the original.
Yeah, but like homie said, it's on the way. It's a matter of time. Like, yeah, technology right now they can't do it, but shit, give it a
You can't
give it a
clone the
couple
spirit,
10,
man.
20 years.
You can't,
They gonna get there. I bet you they will.
can no man clone the spirit. Me and you can create our children through the DNA, right? But when your child is born, your spirit is not in that child. Same thing with the man, right? We can take DNA, do it, form it, put it through the gestation process, right? Put it through a female so it can go through a gestation process. That egg grows, but that spirit that's inside it is of God. It's not, man don't create that spirit. So you take that genetic fucking clone, it makes that body, but the spirit is not what was in that body originally. You can't clone that. So that's what they finding out. Let's say, like I said, if we're doing race horses, I don't want that horse to look the same. I want it to perform the same.
Right.
You're not guaranteed with that clone that that's going to be the same dog, cat, horse, cow, because the spirit you can't clone. You can't clone that shit. I don't care what it looked like. And me and you, let's say we had those two dogs. Let's say we got those three dogs and we had Good Bar. And Good Bar was a great performer. We're like, okay, we're going to see if this dog acts like Good Bar. And we see those three dogs. None of them act like Good Bar. You're like, well, shit, I didn't clone shit. They just kind of look like the daddy.
Yeah.
Ain't no fucking clone. That's not the same dog. Good Bar used to like it when I rubbed on his stomach. This dog don't want him to be. This dog hates it when I put it on his back and rubs his stomach. Good Bar used to fetch balls, but this Good Bar don't like to fetch balls. Like that's the shit they gonna find out.
Yeah.
So man will never be able to reproduce spirit because the spirit realm is in control of the creator. You know, that's why all of us can be who we are right now, talking in this body, but let something happen to this body. Can you bring that spirit back in that body, Cannon? No. Can I bring that spirit back in that body? No. But guess what? If there's any vital signs, right, I can go take you to the hospital and I can go ahead and rig you up to some fucking electricity and shock your motherfucking heart, maybe bring you back to life or put you on life support until I can heal your wounds, maybe bring you back. But once that spirit leaves, I can't put you back in that body.
It's a wrap.
I don't care what you do. So that's where us as mankind get it twisted. That's where me as a breeder, if I'm not breeding better than AK, then why do I want to bring AK back? This is me as a breeder. I don't want to bring AK back. You know why? Because I got AK straws in the semen on ice.
Exactly.
I can breed AK as if he was still alive with his fucking seed. But why I want to produce the same dog as a breeder, that to me is fucking, why would I want to do that? Me as a breeder. I'm not cloning none of my dogs because I know it's never going to be the same dog. I don't care if it look kind of like it. But if you got money like Bossy do, I get it. You know what I mean? She rich. That's like a marketing ploy. She'll sell more dogs just by doing that.
For sure.
So I get why she's doing it, and she got 3 of them. How many breeders did 3? That bitch raised the bar.
Oh yeah.
You know, no disrespect, Bossy, you know what I mean? Cat, I didn't mean to call you a bitch, but you know what I'm saying? Like real shit. You on a whole nother level. We're not in her league. My man, Mr. Miyagi, I think George with the exotics, he cloned Mr. Miyagi or one of them damn dogs. He was one of the first ones to do it. I should go check out his IG and see what that dog. I don't even really heard much about it. I haven't heard nobody talk about it. But they talked about it when he did it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's cool. Hey, that's cool and all. But until I see a clone racehorse that's winning, then I'll believe that shit. If I see a clone racehorse that they clone that's winning, then guess what? They'll never breed a horse again if they can do that. They'll never breed a horse again if they can clone the horse and have that motherfucker winning like the last one.
Facts. I wonder if those animals can produce.
Yeah, I'm sure they can produce. But again, like I said, mankind, we can manipulate shit, but we not the creator of the shit. It's either what that animal is what it is.
Yeah.
That's interesting what he just said though. Like, because like sometimes some of those animals are like sterile and shit, and then if they can produce, like, I wonder would, like, for example, you produce a Mr. Goodbar clone and then you breed that to his brother or his sister or whatever. Like, what would those results be? You know what I'm saying? Like that.
They produce the same as are.
Yeah, that should all be straight. Yeah, because it's not like the sterile thing is with interspecies, because like the horse and the donkey have a different number of chromosomes.
Mm-hmm.
So when they split up in an odd number and they can't match up. But they can match up in the beginning because they have an even number, you know what I mean? Like one I can't remember, one of them has more.
Damn, you breaking it down. That's really interesting. Like, I knew that those are sterile, but I didn't know like about the chromosomes. That's
That's
sharp.
why they're sterile. That's just like in plants,
Mm.
the diploid and triploid. If you have a plant that's a triploid, it can't receive pollen from a diploid plant because the diploid splits up in halves and the triploid splits up in thirds.
Mm.
It's kind of
Ooh,
like the same thing.
dropping the science.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Cannon, make sure you go subscribe to Caveman's channel, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I will. I will.
Caveman got a lot of knowledge. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, he does.
'Cause he's in the field with the shit. He really, he like us. He really in the field, really doing the stuff. So what he talk about is what he do, what he understand. You know what I mean? So definitely, subscribe to his channel and stuff like that. He got a lot of knowledge. But we're gonna digress, man, because like I said, we can cook forever. We had a great live tonight, man. Hey, Cannon Bulldogs, thank you for showing up. We appreciate your impact you put on the panel. You know what I
For
mean?
sure, for sure, for sure.
And
It was fun. It's a lot of
hopefully,
fun.
Thursday nights, if you can make time, I know you're a busy man, but if you can make time for the classroom, man, we would love to have you back on the panel, and your feedback and, your information, your knowledge, man, will be well appreciated through the chat and through all the people who, come back and peep our classroom on the replay. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This was fun. I really enjoyed it. I like, trading ideas, and it's like it's really good to bounce what you think off other minds, and they can kind of either be like they can either prove or disprove, what you think, and send you back to the drawing board. You know what I mean?
We call this the
100%.
Super Dog Man computer. That's what we call us. We call us the collective as like the Super Dog Man computer, right?
Yeah, I like that.
Like real shit. That's what we call it. So that's why it's so important that we all speak on it, because everybody has a view and it's a collective view, and it makes us think. Like, oh wow, I didn't think
Yeah,
about that. Oh wow, good point. Oh, and nobody is wrong because we're
yeah.
to figure it out. So the more we add to the thought process, the more we expand our thoughts, and then the more we figure out and understand. So that's what's so
Hmm.
important about what we do, man.
Yeah.
And that's how we're going to advance these dogs when we're talking about performance, because when we're talking about performance as we close out, we're making a complete dog, which is the hardest thing to do.
Right.
We're not just making colors, right? We're not just making big heads. We're not making 100, 250-pound dogs. We're making a complete performance working dog. That's the hardest thing in the dog man world to produce. So you need a collective mind. I can't think of it myself. You can't think of it yourself. We got to have a collective mind of dogmen who do research, who study, who really do dogs, that can bring shit to the table. That's like, oh wow, I didn't think about that. Damn, I'm gonna try that. Or damn,
Yeah.
like Reddy, he always bring up different type of dogs and shit I never even heard of. That's like, whoa, there's this. That's like, it's like, wow, this is like, it's so much to this dogmanship, I like to call it. You know what I'm saying? That the more people we have that are thinking men and women and dogs, the better we are, and the better the dogs that we create and produce.
Yeah, I'm on that Brazilian pit monster right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's impressive artwork right there.
I mean, shit. You know what? I mean, shit. 180,000 for one.
Yeah.
What
I
happened to the
just thought about.
miniature Corso?
Huh?
I said, what happened to the miniature Corso?
Oh,
Man.
That was the funniest shit I ever seen.
I think that was AI though.
Yeah, it must have been a joke.
Yeah.
That's funny
Yeah, I just
shit.
put the pit monsters out of my mind because they have them, like, even if I wanted one, they have all them they have restrictions where you can't really bring dogs to the U. Yeah, that embargo. The dogs from Brazil, you can't bring them in because rabies and all that bullshit.
no, you
So it's
get
like,
man. You go right to Arya. She got the recipe.
yeah, I'm sure there's some ways, but it's like,
You know
eh.
what you get? Look. You know what
I
you get?
think what they do. Well, I don't want to. I don't want to say it on
No,
live
no,
because I
hey,
don't want to.
Cannon,
I
you
don't
know
want to
what?
blow nobody's spot up. But I know. I know a way you can get them here. But because I was actually trying to, before the pit monster shit. I wanted to get an actual American Pit Bull Terrier from over there, and the person had told me like the way they do it, and I was like, oh, okay, that kind of makes sense. But it's kind of like it's shady, but it works. You know what I'm saying? But yeah,
Hey, Cannon. Look, there's a way that you produce it, right? So what's the bulldog? Hold on, I'm at to find the bulldog lady that the formula. There's a formula, right, to make them dogs, right? And
Mhm.
and the bulldog they use to make the Brazilian bulldog. There's a lady that I follow that her bulldogs is the formula. They
You talking
take the
about Sunshine Bulls?
Sunshine Bulls. There you go. You get
Yeah, yeah.
bulldogs and you breed that to an American bully, and you got a Brazilian pit monster.
But and you know where she got a lot of her dogs. She got a lot of her dogs from Bull Force. At least
Really?
that's what she's. Yeah, a lot of her dogs came from Bull Force
Wow.
from McHale. Because then you look at like he said, I saw that he said that on a podcast the other day. But I mean, even when you look at the pedigree, like when you look at the shit, it like you go back Sunshine Bulls, whoever, Sunshine Bulls, whoever. Then it's like Bull Force this, Bull Force that. So it's like you see what the source is. It's
Does he
and I
got
mean,
a podcast?
what was that?
Bull Force has a podcast?
No, he was on someone else's podcast.
Okay.
Yeah, I was surprised about that because I know he's super busy. So it's like I was surprised that he was able to make time for that because I know he's real busy. But yeah,
See,
I have a couple dogs from him. Remember I told you the one that I had imported ate a towel?
yeah.
Yeah. So I got two from him, but one ate a fucking towel. But the other
Yeah.
one, yeah, I still have her. Yeah.
So yeah, Cannon, DM me that podcast he on. I'd like to check him out. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, see, everything's a sauce, right? And see with Arya, well, I heard this from Thor Bully. Says Thor Bullies, he knew the formula and shit, right? So he
Hmm.
mentioned the Sunshine, whatever Bulls or whatever the fuck, right out there in Brazil, the formula to make those Brazilian pit monsters. So then when I seen her dogs, and then I look at the Brazilian pit monsters, you can see them bulldogs and them motherfuckers plain as day.
Yeah, yeah. It's not. I mean, it's not. It's not like to me. It's not a fucking mystery. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, and on top of that, like, yeah, it's not a mystery. Like, you can't. Like, if you look at all the breed, okay, if you just okay, what breeds right now? If you were trying to make a dog similar to that, it's like you're not gonna get that from no mastiff. No mastiffs have muscle like that. You're not gonna get the size from no pit bulls and shit. Like it's American Bulldog and probably
Bulldog.
some type of XL bully. Like I mean, it's obvious to me, and then like with especially like if the XL bullies have a tighter face, tighter terrierish phenotype, and you crop the ears. I mean, there you go. You know what I'm
There
saying?
you
Like
go.
it's not a mystery. It's just but it's also like it's not just any American bully, and it can't just be any American bulldog. Like it's got to be like them ones. Like the good ones with all the muscle, with all like with yeah, because all American bullies and all American bulldogs ain't built the same. You know what I mean?
Samba kennels.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, yeah, and sure, there's some culling. You got the best of the best. And, I'm sure you got to be in the lab, but yeah, there's like I swear, like on my feed, every time I see a dog that's like noteworthy, where I'm like, "Ooh, what the fuck is that?" Like, and I look up, it's always some kennel in Brazil. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't even keep up with them no more because there's just so many of them that are just dogs. I'm just like, God damn, the dog looks so fucking good. But you know, another piece of that is like obviously the dogs ain't gonna be cheap, and you got language barriers, shit, and it's like
Man,
I'm sending $5,000-$10,000 to Brazil. Is my dog gonna show up?
hey, no,
Yeah,
no. Hey, Cannon Bull, fuck with Ari.
yeah.
She like I said, I was fucking with Arya when she started because she was shipping dogs for me when I had dogs to going to Peru and shit. So I was fucking with her when she first was
Hmm.
fucking Brazilian bulls and shit like that. She is good business. If you want anything outside of Brazil or in Brazil and shit like that, she'll plug you and you ain't gonna get fucked. Cause I trusted her with my money and my dogs, and she got my shit to Peru, no problem. So
Mm.
if you really want something like that, reach out to her. She do good business. You ain't gonna get fucked with her. She's good business, man, for sure though. And
Okay.
with those Brazilian dogs, right? The reason why they so tough, the reason why they got their wave is because they got a conglomerate of motherfuckers that's been doing that shit over there in Brazil. So now they got Maria who moved from Brazil out here. She is their fucking ambassador. So she got a conglomerate of motherfuckers behind her that's supporting what she doing out here. She just the front man or the front woman here in the US. So they, you know what I mean? They network is so tight. And like you mentioned, they're cooking up them damn Brazilian bull monsters. So they've been had the formula and they've been breeding them to get these type of dogs that they got, where they got everybody going ooh and ah and going crazy. But once you know the formula, which we see in Sunshine Kennels, we see why them dogs look like that because of them damn American Bulldogs that they using from Sunshine Kennels. You see it all through them damn dogs.
Yeah. And so she lives in the US now?
Yeah, she lives in Texas. She lives where you at. I think she in Austin too.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Oh, well, shit. I thought she was in Brazil.
Nah, she in Texas, man. So anything you, let's say in the future, anything you want, you could trust her, man. You could trust her, and she'll get you what you want. Good business all the way around. You know, like I said,
Shit, I might have to pay a little more attention because like I see the dogs and I'm just like, oh, them dogs is in Brazil. I ain't, like I'm not even gonna like, you know what I mean? I'm not even gonna like lust after these dogs because it's not even like, it's a lot of leg work to get one here. You know what I'm saying? But if she's here, she got the plug, then maybe I might. You know what I'm saying? I might. I mean, I'm not spending $180,000 on no dog, no shit like that.
You
But
you get you a puppy or something like that from Sunshine if you want one of them dogs. See, the only thing is that like what we talked about, you start fucking with them extreme bully dogs, them them dogs can't breathe worth of shit. I promise you, them dogs ain't breathing worth of shit.
yeah,
I guarantee them dogs ain't
because like right now I'm definitely like starting to dial in that breathing, and I'm getting dogs that. And that's why, like, I'm kind of like, in some instances, I'm kind of like scared to even bring in other shit because I'm like, I know the shit that I got right now is bully and can breathe. So I'm like, it's like, and they still look good, So it's like, but it's if the dogs have other amazing attributes, then I can work with that, and fix it. I can fix it because I've done it before, so.
But like with the Brazilian Bulldog, for example, right? Them dogs is fucking for the looks.
Yeah.
So you're not really gonna put them dogs to maximum work. You know what I'm saying? Because that dog is more of a looking dog. So yeah, you can have those extreme dogs in there if all you really have it to do is to be in a campaign and run around a show ring. That's fine.
Yeah.
But if you're doing what we trying to do with our dogs, I need my dogs performing like a pit bull, but still have that fucking bully look. Well, shit, good luck. Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, I would see it as a tool, not a finished product, and that's one thing I kind of wanted to mention earlier is like that's a thing that I definitely like hold true is like certain dogs are like my thing is it's cool to have tools. It's just I don't like tools being like paraded as if they're finished products. You know what I mean? Like that's not a finished product. That's a fucking tool. That's the under construction. You know what I'm saying? And so like yeah.
But for the bullies, them dogs is couch potatoes, man. So that dog don't get to breathe. To be real with you, it really don't. That shit ain't working. That shit ain't in your couch. It's a companion dog and shit. It just got muscle. You know what I mean? So how them makes sense. If you trying to work that dog and that dog dies of a heat stroke, then you a dumbass because that dog ain't a working dog. I don't care how much money they got.
Non-sport.
Yeah, that dog just look like it. It's like having a kit, like we talked about. It's like having a V6 motor, but it's got the damn Ferrari on that bit. Like straight up.
Photo op.
You got the Hellcat badge on the base model.
Straight up.
A TikTok dog.
And that's not the knock, but that's the reality of it because like I said, you go and work that dog And then you like, oh, this dog, it's got drive, it fetches a ball. You do that shit for like 20 minutes, and that motherfucker dying because it can't, catch his breath. Then you understand, okay, well, why did I get this dog? I got this dog to look good. I didn't get this dog to perform.
Yeah,
And that's the reality of it. When you're dealing with them bullies and shit, it's like, if you get in that bully lane, yeah, it can fetch a ball, but that shit ain't performing like a pit bull. You better stop it.
Yeah, no. I mean, there ain't nothing performing like a pit bull. I mean, that's its own stratosphere.
It's like
Yeah.
bullies. It's like white tees.
It's
How many uses you get out of a white t-shirt?
Yeah, it's for the that's easy to do, is make a dog look a certain type of way. That's the easiest thing to do. But
yeah.
over here, that's not what we're here to do. We want our dogs to look good, but performance is more important than the looks, even though it all plays for us, right? With the game pit bull, they didn't give a fuck what them dogs look like. It's gotta be a winner, period. It can have bow legs, easty westy, hound dog looking. It could be whatever, as long as that motherfucker's winning in that pit, that's all that matters. But with what we're doing, everything matters. The way the dog looks, the way it functions, the way the angulations, the fucking temperament, the drive. That's hard to do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
So, yeah, with the American Bulldogs, right, like Sunshine Bulls, they've been had them freaky looking bully type bulls. She ain't the only ones with them type of bulls. Like you mentioned, she got her foundation from somebody but they've been had them type of bulls. Vito had them bulls. Buff Dogs had them type of bulldogs, them freaky looking big ass bully type bulldogs. But them dogs was a piece of shit, like the old man, like one of my old man bulldog dudes told me and shit. You know what I'm saying? Old Chuck and shit. He's an American bulldog breeder, 75 years old. He told me, hey man, you want them bully bulldogs? Them bully bulldogs is a piece of shit. He said them basketball head bulldogs is a piece of shit because they just die on you. That's what he told me. And he wasn't lying either. He didn't lie to me. He told me the truth. Now, if my bulldog was on the couch, that's a different story, though. He's in the house, man. He ain't fucking working.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, it's like I want to have it all. I want to have the basketball head, but I want to still work. So, like we said, we going against nature. You know what I mean? Like I'm going against nature. I'm trying to make some shit that just shouldn't exist. I'm gonna make that shit. I mean, I'm close. I'm pretty fucking close, and I'm gonna keep, But that's, like we said, that's what makes it fun. It's the challenge of, trying to make some shit that really like it's hard to make. Like I could go breed Dobermans and Malinois and carbon copy dogs that all look the fucking same. Like they just, like they are clones. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I want to put my own stamp on it and make something that's really special, and so that's what makes it fun. Because I would be bored of this shit if every dog looked the same. You can't even tell them apart. It's like I don't even when you get the litters and you get the little like collars for the puppies in different colors so you can tell them apart and shit. I don't even need those. I don't need those. They all look different. I can tell who is who pretty quick. I don't need them fucking things.
Yep.
So.
I love the genetic variants. That's what I like. Especially if you know your DNA. I like them to look different. I like to see what I can get out of the DNA. I'm not trying to produce carbon clones and copies of each other. I need variants. And even if I do have a superior dog that, let's say, was one of my best dogs that I've ever produced, if I'm not producing better than him and I'm just only producing the same, I'm not satisfied myself. I'm not satisfied because I already produced that dog. It's like having it's like having a 2019. That was the best model you ever produced, but everybody's in 2025 and your shit's still looking like 2019.
Yeah. You want to get better with every generation. You want to improve.
I need to get my shit every year is better. Every time I cook is better. It's better. It's a variant. It's getting better. I get a different feature. I need to see that shit in my program. I don't want the same shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, for sure.
It sounds good.
Never satisfied.
But yeah, we gonna close out, you guys. Let's close it out, man.
Yeah. 4 hours in.
Big salute to all you guys. Big salute to the panel. Big salute to the chat. You know, until next Thursday, man. You know, you guys be safe. Take care of your animals and all that good stuff. Be safe. Don't go to jail. You know, do what you got to do, but be safe, man. But
Great advice.
we out of here.
All right. Peace.
Yeah, be safe,
Peace.
body, man. Big peace, big peace.
Big peace. Peace out, chat. We done.
Peace out, chat.